So hello and welcome to the Flutter Tech Summit. I'm Maciej and I'm going to be your host today. So as Łukasz has already said, the FTS app, which you have by now surely downloaded, is your friend. All the agenda and everything is there. All the updates are going to be gotten to through there. And also, just a reminder that on the back side of your badges, there's the Wi-Fi network password, so make sure to use that. And also another thing with the badges is that you can see a QR code on there. And since we invite you very much to network during this event, during the breaks, during the lunch break, then the after party, make sure to network. And you can use the QR code on the front side of the badges to scan the LinkedIn profile with the person you're talking to. So make sure to utilize that as well, if need be. And then the agenda of this event consists of lightning talks, then case studies, panels. Just make sure to keep your questions during the lightning talks and case studies for the panels. There are not going to be any Q&As right after the talks because the agenda is very tight. So just make sure to keep your questions for the discussion panels, which are happening after each section of talks. Then after each of those sections, there is going to be a break. Then also, I would like to give a very warm welcome to our online viewers. So welcome. We're glad you're all here, that you're watching this from all over the world. And now, last but not least, let's give a round of applause to Łukasz Kosman, who's going to tell us a bit more about Flutter Tech Summit.
Right, now it should work. Thank you very much, Maciej. Maciej is going to be our host today. You may know Maciej as a coder, famous YouTuber that was popularizing Flutter in early days, and probably a lot of you have learned the basics of the Flutter from his tutorial. So Maciej will today lead us through the conference day and make sure that we are on time with everything. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all today at the Flutter Tech Summit. I'm beyond proud to see all of you here gathered, curious about what's there next for Flutter, how are we going to develop our mobile applications in the AI era. So those are the challenges that we are going to talk about and discuss heavily, both on the stage and beyond. So I'm really glad to have you all here. Many of you have arrived from a very distant locations. So we've got the crowd from all around the world, from almost all continents. So I would just say that a warm applause to you for being here. This is already the second edition of the Flutter Tech Summit, and today, the agenda is consisting of lightning talks that should inspire you and educate you about some very tiny pieces in the Flutter ecosystem. We also have the talks where great case studies are shared by some of the world's best companies that are using Flutter and adopting that in very enterprise environments. And we're also going to have a panels. So panels are the places where the discussions will be going around the key parts of the agenda today. As I said before, I strongly encourage you to follow our FTS app so that you can browse the agenda and see for all the updates. The app is also for you to give the feedback to all the talks and panels, individual feedback for all those items on the agenda. As you know, the feedback is very important for us as organizers. We'll also definitely ask you about the feedback about the whole event in the end, but if you could also share any relevant information after the talks, feel free to use the app for that. And just a reminder, our goal for today is, first of all, to learn from each other. So it's whereas this stage is the center of what's happening today, it is not the center of knowledge, and it's not meant to be that way. So the knowledge resides with you all gathered here. So make sure you share your experience, make sure you ask a lot of questions, make sure you also devote enough time to the networking. I strongly encourage you to meet new people today and to exchange the views and learnings from your path with Flutter and AI. And for the whole day, all questions are welcomed. I also strongly encourage you to challenge our panelists, to challenge our speakers, to challenge us when there's anything you'd like to know more about Flutter. And this year, Flutter Tech Summit also feels different. Last year, we were making the thesis that I felt was pretty well defended, that Flutter is enterprise ready. We're making a lot of case studies showing how different companies are migrating towards Flutter and what was the decision-making process. This year, our focus is on the elephant in the room, so the AI revolution that is everywhere, is attacking us from all different angles, and we would like to definitely discuss with you today, all of you, what's your approach towards AI and how do you tackle that challenge of AI adoption in your daily life, in your software development lifecycle. And we today, the whole agenda is around that key topic. So and directly after the opening, we are going to focus on the design systems. Design systems are a very important prerequisite and the starting point for you to make your journey with a adoption successful. So we strongly believe that it all starts on the left, and provided that it is well structured and well established, that can give you the foundation for further development and AI-assisted coding. So the second part will be directly related to that. That's definitely the heart of AI transformation. This is the part where we're gonna explore how you are tackling the idea of becoming more efficient, because this is typically how the IT teams are currently being challenged by other internal stakeholders in your companies to make it more productive, to complete features quicker or make them with the smaller teams, etc. So about the efficiency, about different best practices you already have adopted in your teams, and about your learnings, because this AI revolution hasn't started yesterday. We already had a chance to get accustomed to this new world, and it would be great to share the stories about that. And then finally, we're gonna focus on the testing strategies. So in the times where we use AI for the creative part, we use AI for AI-assisted coding, then how should we, and if we should, use AI also for the testing, right, to close that loop? And this is going to be the part of the last couple of talks and the final panel discussion that will take place here on the stage. So we also are going to explore the different strategies, different approaches on how can you make sure that your app is of the highest quality. So without further ado, I hope you're going to have fun. So also remember that this conference is for you to get the most out of that. And I strongly encourage you to think about like what in the very starting point right now at this moment, like what are your goals for this conference, and make sure you plan accordingly, because the day is going to pass very quickly today. I definitely can say that. So it's going to be packed with a lot of events, and I hope you're going to have fun and you're going to make the most of that. So thank you very much, and back to you, Matej.
Thank you, Łukasz. And to kick things off, with the design system section of this event, I would like to welcome Albert here on the scene, who's going to tell us about the state of design systems in Flutter in 2026.
Give us a second. We've lost the screen, obviously. We'll be back with you. Może daj mirroring.
It all worked during testing.
Teraz jak przesuniesz, to chyba powinno zadziałać, jak zmieniłeś ekran. Skąd ten kolejny ekran powstał? Nie wiem. Nie wiem, mam tak po prostu prezentować? Nie, spokojnie, zaraz. O, tak, może nam...
Mówiłem nie klikać.
Co teraz możemy zrobić?
Ja nie wiem, co było naklikane. Tak, to kliknąłem, żeby... No tak, tylko no, prosiłem, nie klikajmy tego. Ekran. Klon budowany, świetnie. Spróbujmy tak.
Tylko full screen zawodzi.
Otwórz od początku, tak? Widok prezentera.
Okay. All right, now it works. Okay, finally.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So this is State of Design Systems in Flutter in 2026. My name is Albert Volchon. I'm a senior Flutter developer at Linkcode. And today I want to very quickly talk to you about what changed, what's coming, and what if you already have a design system made in Flutter in production. The agenda for today is why design systems still matter, why LLMs make them matter even more, and the three eras of developing design systems in Flutter. The material way, going from scratch way, and the new raw widgets way. So let's get started. But firstly, what design systems are even for? So, well, the answer changed this year, recently, a little bit. On paper, it's still the same thing. A design system is something that enforces your company, your products to use the same patterns, the same brand, design, and language. There's nothing new here yet. But so essentially, for those paying engineering salaries, it allows your engineers, your designers to focus on bringing this business value and not focus on creating yet another variant of some button, yet another form field, but the business value, delivering it. And now, in 2026, design systems also help LLMs do this very same thing. So you don't want your agents to reinvent this stuff all over again, burning tokens, burning your prompters, your engineers' time, but to reuse what's already there, what's already complied with with your design system, and not increase the code base and make it hard to maintain even more. But how can LLMs actually work with design system? So let's take a look at two examples. First one is Figma Make. You probably know it. You prompted to create some design based on what you have in Figma. And because of the feature called Make It, you can attach basically your design system library, and it will be used for what it generates. So the output no longer looks like some generic auto layout, but genuinely like your product. On the Anthropic side, we have very similar thing. The Cloud Design, you can also ask it to use your stuff. Okay, but none of these tools are meant for Flutter, so let's focus on Flutter for now. And just for the context, why do I get to talk to you about that? Well, at Linkcode, we've built or helped build design systems for pretty much every scale, starting from smaller startups, going through some hardware companion apps, going through banking applications used by millions of Poles, to even banking apps used by the whole continents. So we pretty much know what hurts and what works. What were the ways of developing design systems in Flutter in the last, let's say, 5 years? So we had two options. The first one was to build on material, use material design components that were already part of the framework and just theme it. The other way was to build your design system from scratch, using just the very primitive stuff from the framework and cover all the layers yourself. So going with the material way, the good story is that it's very well known. Basically, every developer knows it. It's mostly bug-free, very heavily battle-tested. I mean, everyone uses it, so everyone also reports bugs. You're certain to ship things with that. The only real cost you have here is theming. I mean, it's still a material design, not your design system. So some things may be a little bit harder to theme to your liking, but one way or another, sometimes doing some hacks or workarounds, you can get the job done. But then there was the material-free update. Maybe you remember this. It came in some new Flutter major version. It was introducing the material-free design into the framework, and the promise was to keep all the old implementation, the material 2, untouched, so that all of your existing applications shouldn't really change in appearance. But that wasn't really the reality. There were many visual regressions or some smaller bugs. So you either had to upgrade to this newer version, but fix all these bugs, invest your testers' time, invest to some QA to find those regressions, or just stay on this legacy version to not have these problems at all for some time, but you would trade the security fixes or some languages features for that. Neither option was fun. The second way is going from scratch. So basically rebuilding all the components for a design system, covering all the layers, not relying on those already existing components made for other design systems, but rather writing it yourself. It costs much, much more, because you not only need just a senior Flutter developer for this, you need an actual expert on Flutter internals, because you're going to be writing all these internal layers yourself with no framework help, really. And by every layer, I mean this. So starting with just painting stuff on the screen, going through gestures, interactive stuff, to accessibility-related things that now are more important than even before because of stuff like European Accessibility Act or ADA. Each of these layers, this is a very real project to undertake, and not just some checkbox. But the biggest upside of going with this approach is that you stay in charge, because you rely not on this visual stuff that's meant for other design system, but only using these primitive stuff like columns, like gesture detectors. You don't rely on framework version basically to how your application looks. And that's a very genuine advantage at scale, because you don't have to worry whether going with the next framework version that's maybe required to ship, to release to stores, or maybe your developers are really craving for these new Dart language features. You can do it more confidently. But there's a new third option emerging, and it changes this trade-off. And it's called raw Flutter widgets. So basically, there's an issue in Flutter's GitHub called add more basic components to the core framework. It's part of the much bigger effort to move the Cupertino and material out of the core framework in Flutter. And the objective here is to add more basic components, these raw widgets. The raw widgets are widgets that have all these behavioral stuff, like these gestures, accessibility, keyboard, everything, but with no opinion on how it looks. So these are your engineers that are responsible for making the components look as you and your design system wants them to look. But the rest is done for you. So taking a look at all these layers once again, like the most important, the most complex stuff is once again the responsibility of the framework and not of you. And your engineers just have to handle the painting, so implementing the design system in that. You need much less expertise. You don't need, once again, these experts for these more low-level layers, and you have higher confidence because, well, these components came from framework. They were very well tested, and everyone else also probably uses them. So if there are bugs, you would know about them. And here's a speculation. So maybe in the pretty near future, when we take all of these things that I've just covered in one bag, stuff like the Figma with its MCPs or other design tools, when we get the LLMs that can talk to these LLMs and these new raw widgets, it's very probable that pretty soon LLMs will be able to implement our design systems, what the designers are producing for us, for our products, end to end with high confidence for us, for the business owners of it. And going back to Flutter, well, because it's an open source framework, I also think that community will also shift its efforts to making these raw widgets even better, even more battle-tested, and make the library of these raw widgets as wide as possible. But there's still this one elephant in the room. So what if I already committed and I already have some design system used in production, made in Flutter? Well, the good story here is that you don't have to migrate right away. You can just do it gradually, one component by one. There's nothing really that makes you do a big migration. You can just use the capacity that you have at hand and also use the new approach for the new widgets. So there's that. And that was my take on the state on Flutter for design systems in 2026. But what about you? So we're gonna take a look at the next talks and in the talks in the during the break. Thank you.
So big thanks to Albert, who told us about design systems. And now for the next thing about design systems, I would like to welcome Anton from 1,5 on the stage, and also Lucas, who is the CEO of Widgetbook, on the stage as well. They're going to tell us about how you can use Widgetbook to build design systems that were great for developers, but also for AI agents.
Okay, I thought I would see it here as well. Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm Anton. I'm a Google developer expert for Flutter and Dart, and I'm working at Heartbeat AI, bringing our customers the cleanest and cheapest energy. So, design systems. Albert already touched upon this slightly. Why do we need a design system in the agentic-driven era? Why can't we just go to our favorite agent and tell it, build me an energy product, and then to cover the design part, we just say, make it pretty. Well, this may work for like small side projects, like on an enterprise scale, this will fail because good design is more than just being pretty. It's about being consistent for the user across the whole user journey. It's about having a good relationship within your teams between the designers and your development. And through all of this, good design actually helps building trust in your product, and trust in your product is super, super important. And obviously, this whole issue was a challenge to be tackled already way before agents. And so roughly 2.5 years ago, we at 1,5, we decided to build our harmonized design system. And so we built this as a problem and a solution to a problem between human to humans, between our design team and our dev team. And so what were the challenges was to have a good design system, and we wanted to make sure that it feels good for designers to use, but also for devs to use. And so we decided on a structure that was driven by our designers, and we settled on what's called an atomic design system. So we have our atoms defined for like our colors, our spacing, typography, building out molecules, our buttons, controls, progress indicators, and so on, all the way to organisms, more complex elements. And all of these form then our products. And so then we had this structure, and we wanted to have collaboration between design and developers. And collaboration really is all about communication. And communication starts, in my opinion, oftentimes with just speaking the same language. And so this is what we wanted to achieve, is that we speak the same language in design and in development. So we wanted to have one-to-one parity between design and the respective implementations. Starting with these atoms and the tokens, they start out in Figma, and designers may use them to select padding, to select a color, to select typography, and to then bring them into Flutter. We wanted to have one-to-one parity. So what we did was we created a workflow that generates, out of these Figma tokens that we export, generates context extensions and theme extensions that developers can use them with the exact same naming. So when you use a padding token, you have the same token name, the same path. It's just that in Figma, you have slash-based paths, and then in code, you have dot-based paths. And so this was the parity between atoms and tokens. And from there, we took this towards the rest of the design system, to our components as well. So our tag component, and designers can adjust things like the size and what type it is, the icon or the label. And then on the Flutter side, we did the custom implementation route. We basically built the same way, and everything is named the same thing. So if we want to change the size, then the parameter is called the same and the options are the same. And so we did this across the whole component catalog. And this really sped up things quite a lot, because you could just look at something in Figma and just apply the same naming. And so as you saw on the first slide, Widgetbook is somehow involved. So how does that actually involve Widgetbook, and how did that come into play? So the first thing was that we built Widgetbook Harmonized, which is our widgetbook for our design system. And this allowed us, during the implementation of the design system, to build and catalog our widgetbooks, our components in isolation, to then have them in Widgetbook for future reference. And once again, speaking about parity between code and design, we basically have the Figma panel here on the left with all of the components from the Figma design system. And then in Widgetbook, each component has its own entry. So one-to-one parity, and going further, even on the component level. So once again, that's the panel for a designer to adjust the tag component. And when you look at the implementation of the tag component in the Widgetbook, you have the same things with the same names and the same options to adjust. And so this was our design system. We had that in Harmonized, and we realized, hey, this building stuff in isolation is quite cool. Let's also just do that for our app. So we also built Widgetbook Heartbeat, which basically is a widgetbook where we catalog and have the ability to build in isolation each screen and each section of our apps. So this, for example, is our live view, where people can see what their house system is doing at the point in time. And recently, a colleague re-implemented parts of that. And he said Widgetbook has been super helpful building this, because it's a lot easier to have like different asset combinations, for example, or determining whether the battery is currently charging or discharging, just via configuration options in Widgetbook and seeing them in action right away. And this was then our workflow. So basically, we had designers handing it over to implementation. Then the devs creating a PR, it gets reviewed, and then after merging, it gets into QA. But as I said, collaboration is about communication. And we noticed that basically after the handover, there was quite a long gap until the designer actually communicated with the developer again. So we made use of Widgetbook Cloud to have a design review in that process again. So now we have in parallel, while devs review the code, have designers visually review the changes in widget book. And this has a lot of benefits because now devs, when they review code, they don't have to worry about how that looks anymore because the designer can take care of that. And the same way in the QA phase, and we will get more about testing later today, QAs also don't have to check if everything looks correct into spec because the designer reviewed that. And since we've introduced this workflow, we actually never shipped a visual bug in our app. In practice, this looks like this then. So basically we have our dev review seeing, okay, somebody changed a metric from a slim metric to a minimum metric. Code change looks good. And the designer would see, okay, this is the visual change and how that changed. And this is quite cool. And as I said, we did not ship any visual bugs since we had this, this workflow. And then the last piece to the puzzle to design system adoption in our org was to actually make people adopt it, because a design system is only useful if it's actually being used. And for that, we had 2 steps, basically. First step was just documentation and training our devs to, basically, we had like this big Notion document, building Flutter apps with Harmonized, to educate people on, okay, these are the patterns we want to follow. These are maybe some pitfalls or details to look out for. And then the other thing was lint rules. I know that our friends from Lean Code, they have a solution for that as well, is to basically tell developers, especially coming new into the project, hey, elevated button, please don't use the elevated button, please use the harmonized primary button for this. So this was how we did the design system for human-to-human interactions. So how do the agents come into the mix? And so when we started this process, we just took our agents MD and put a line in use components from harmonized design system and building UI, and then also address all analyzer and lint warnings. And that already took us quite far, especially because of the analyzer and lint warnings, because as I showed on the previous slide, we had this warning that basically we had a lot of components where we said, okay, yes, don't use this material thing, just use this component from harmonized directly. And that was already great. And then we took it a step further by introducing some skills and sub-agents. So we basically created a build with harmonized skill where we took a lot of the documentation we had in our Notion page to put into a skill for agents to pick up on. And once again, it just says basically to use the components, pointed towards that each component has documentation for it to read, to use the correct tokens. And then that was good. And then we realized there's still a bit of a gap when we bring in, using the Figma MCP, some designs from Figma directly. So we created a sub-agent that basically, when it gets a Figma link, automatically converts that to use the correct tokens and the correct components. And that's been working so great that basically now in practice, we can just say implement the screen and pass in a Figma design link. The agent will then start using the sub-agent to translate that design into harmonized. It will build the screen. We told it to add that screen to widget book so that in like the review phase, we still get this visual review to see what happened. And then basically the agent tells us it's done. And if we now look at this, it looks awfully similar to this, what I showed at the beginning. That with the correct baselines and a design system, make it pretty, actually kind of works. And I think what this shows is that strong foundations like design systems are crucial when building with agents, because they help the agent to actually do the right thing that you are expecting it to do. And another big thing with agents is obviously closing the agentic loop. And to show you a bit what widget book can help you with that, I'm happy to hand it over to Lucas now.
Sehr gut, Anton. Yeah, welcome also from me. Thanks a lot, Anton. Anton's talk really speaks for itself. It explained really well how you can use widget book to, first of all, build your widgets in isolation, how you can then catalog your widgets and compose them to your own custom design system, like the one that Heartbeat has been building. And then you can test and review your widgets to make sure that you always maintain a great quality level for your UI. I now like to add to what Anton said with what we've been recently building at Widgetbook. And we are now releasing a workflow that helps you to teach your coding agent to actually judge its Flutter UI before a human has to review it. The workflow looks as follows. We first of all start with the foundation. It's very similar to what Anton already showed. So we're going to have a Widgetbook skill, and that Widgetbook skill really makes sure that your design system is being used consistently. Afterwards, you're going to have a local feedback loop for your LLM that makes sure that your UI already has a great quality, and only then the human gets in the loop, and only then the human reviews what the agent built very easily using Widgetbook Cloud. How this looks in detail, as I mentioned, quite similar to what Anton already showed. It's a Widgetbook skill that basically understands your design system and ensures that your agent is using your design system consistently. Afterwards, we are now able, with Widgetbook v4, to combine Widgetbook and Flutter test. And that allows you to combine Widgetbook and therefore your design system setup with all sorts of UI tests. So golden tests, widget tests, interaction tests, you name it. And by using golden tests, you are then able to get a screenshot from your Flutter implementation in Widgetbook, and you can then compare it to the Figma screenshot by using the Figma MCP. So if you're using the Figma MCP, you are able to get a screenshot from your Figma design, and you also are able to pull the Figma tokens, and you can then compare that Figma screenshot to the Flutter screenshot, and you can also compare your Figma tokens to the Flutter properties, and that gives the agent the chance to iterate until it matches. Usually, if you're now using, in the end, whatever models, we notice that most of our customers are using Claude Code, and if you're using the highest models there, very often it's already a one-shot. But if it's not a one-shot, this really helps you to get another iteration in until it really matches. Then, as I mentioned, you can combine Widgetbook with all sorts of Flutter tests. It's not only limited to those basic UI tests, but you can also extend it with accessibility tests. You can, for example, also use the meets guidelines tests that already cover basic accessibility needs for you. And that, in the end, allows the agent to really fix itself before the human gets in the loop. And therefore, the agent then really creates a high quality pull request for you, and only then the developer gets in the loop to review it. As Anton already mentioned, first of all, you would have a code review in your favorite Git provider, and you would then have the visual review on Widgetbook Cloud. With Widgetbook v4, we are now not only able to analyze screenshots, but we are also able to analyze both your widget and also your semantics tree. And that gives us a lot of power, especially for accessibility testing. We are working together with many leading European enterprises, and we are very much aware that many of those enterprises did a tremendous job over the past year of getting their app to an accessible state. But most of those companies also noticed, while they were accessible or close to being fully accessible at some point, over time, they lose more and more of their accessibility quality. And with Widgetbook, we now shipped accessibility regression tests that helps you exactly with that. Very similar to how visual regressions work, where you're basically spotting all the visual changes in your app and can basically judge, are these changes actually intentional? That's what we are now introducing with accessibility regression testing for the accessibility side. So we are automatically catching all your accessibility changes, and you can then easily judge if those accessibility changes should actually be shipped or not. We're extending that with a rule judge that we're bringing to Widgetbook Cloud, where we also catch WCAG violations for you and show them to you also in your pull request. And we're also currently already testing with our first customers an AI intent judge that we're bringing to Widgetbook Cloud. So many of our customers, if you ask them what is the #1 reason why accessibility testing is not consistently done in your app, is because of screen reader testing. That is very cumbersome to do, takes a lot of time. It's often being pushed to QA, but QA also has different responsibilities. So very often this really lacks. And with Widgetbook v4, we released a documentation feature that allows either you as a human or your agent to really document the intent of a widget. So how should the widget be used? What is this widget for? And our intent judge in the cloud can then judge if this design intent actually matches your semantics tree, yes or no, and therefore gives you already a great indication, not only are your semantics being used consistently, but do they actually make sense? As a recap, with Widgetbook Cloud and Widgetbook v4 is our open source package, we help you primarily to prevent design system violations. So we ensure your design system is being used consistently. We then offer a local loop that allows you to have a great quality PR of your agent, and only then you as a human get in the loop, but you can then very easily review what your agent has been building. If you have any questions about this, please feel free to talk to Anton and me at this conference. In the other room, I'm also going to have a small Widgetbook booth where you can ask all of your questions. Anton and me will also participate in the design system panel, so happy to answer your questions there as well. And for everyone that is watching us online, please feel free to reach out to us on social media or the email you're seeing on the slide. Thank you very much.
So thank you to Anton and Lucas. And now continuing with the design systems theme, we're going to hear about how a large app, which is already in production, has been made fully accessible because, well, design systems, as was already hinted at, that also contains the part of accessibility, not just the visual stuff you see on the screen. So with that said, let's give a warm welcome to Rafał, Ariel, and Artur.
Jezus Maria, ostrożnie. Okej, moment. Ostrożnie. Dobra, jest okej? Okay, so hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you in Warsaw. Today we want to talk a little bit about accessibility, show you our journey towards WCAG compliance, discuss challenges we face off, and show you what we have managed to achieve. But firstly, let me introduce myself and my colleagues on stage. I'm Ariel Strawczyński, and I work in Crédit Agricole as a digital marketing manager. I also work for 2 years in WCAG initiatives, and and now Artur.
Hello, everybody. My name is Artur Wiśniewski, and I'm a Flutter developer at Linkcode.
Hi, and I'm Rafał Harłampowicz, digital accessibility and assistive technology specialist.
Okay, now we want to show you a short movie that illustrates where our mobile application stands for in WCAG compliance right now. And after that, we'll show you all the journey that brought us to this point. So let's watch that video.
Back button. New foreign currency subaccount. Heading. Close button. Step 1 of 2. My main account. 5,000 Polish zlotys. 401940. Which account would you like to open? Heading. Not checked. US dollar. USD. Radio button. Double checked. Not checked. Pound sterling. GBP. Radio. You can open only one sub-account in a given currency. You already have in your sub-account.
Yeah, and we switch option to on reduce motion, and now we'll show you up without animations here. So as you can see, nothing is animated here. And there is a keyboard navigation example. So we can, as you can see, we can go through each of the items here with just the keyboard. So user is using just the keyboard here, nothing else. And the last one, text scaling. So as you can see, user has switched text to the big scale, and everything works fine in our app. Okay, next slide.
Okay, so in May 2022, we launched a brand new mobile application for our customers. It was made from scratch, completely from scratch in Flutter, and it was one of the first application in Europe made in that technology. Let's go next. Total of 18 squads worked on that application. There was a lot of coordination and dependency across entire teams. It was a very big pressure to make that application as soon as possible, and it was a success because Flutter was a big accelerant of that, and we can say that the whole project was a big technical success. As I mentioned earlier, the project was a success, and we were proud of it because of a modern technology, a completely new user experience, and also the time that we made it. We received a very positive feedback from our customers, but however, we also received reports from a blind user related to a screen reader, and that was the moment when we realized that this success was not a success for everyone. Okay, right now a few words about EA. So European Accessibility Act covers a wide range of products and services, including banking services, e-commerce, transport, ATMs, and also e-books. and what can we say? Also, the companies are required to make develop solutions and things accessible and user friendly for everyone. Okay, so after June 2025, we had both. We had deadline and we had a pure responsibility. And that was the moment when we realized that we need a systematic approach.
So at that stage, I was engaged. I had two main tasks. Firstly, screener testing, so that we know what is wrong with our app and why blind users cannot use it. And secondly, explaining issues to teams that would fix the app. And you may say that reporting issues and explaining issues is the same thing, but believe me, from my long experience in the field, I can say that as far as needs of people with disabilities are concerned, it's usually not the same. I did plenty of testing, reported plenty of issues, and the most important issues were quickly fixed, and our blind customers could use the app again with relative comfort. And now I'd like to say a few words about our attitude. Blind users, blind customers are a very small number when compared to the whole number of our users. So practically one might say they disappear. But for us, it was a matter of equality, of equal access, and of course, the European Accessibility Act was coming in 3 years then. But frankly speaking, our attitude was user-centered. So that's why we so quickly fixed the most important things. So issues were reported, many were fixed, but we noticed that some issues are reappearing in new releases, and that evangelization was not enough. Accessibility awareness does not beat roadmap. So we created an accessibility team with Ariel, with 2 testers. I trained testers. We did a lot of testing. We covered the whole WCAG, A and AA level. And what happened? Our backlog exploded. We noticed that we have a bigger governance problem than the development problem. We had to make some decisions. We decided to report issues as tasks, not as bugs. Our developers earlier were not expected to code with accessibility in mind, so reporting issues as bugs would result in getting false statistics as far as bugs are concerned. We also decided to get an external accessibility audit, so that we exactly know where we are. The auditor did the testing, and the score was 60%. Not well, you might say. Actually, with a few exceptions, they didn't report anything we were not aware of. And even the auditor admitted that our app was actually much more accessible, but they used a very strict measuring method. And here perhaps I should explain what the 60% meant. It didn't mean that 60% of our application was accessible and 40% was not. It meant that in the app we had some components that didn't meet WCAG success criteria. We worked hard. Meanwhile, European Accessibility Act became law, so customers could officially complain about inaccessibility. We got to 80% of accessibility. That was the result of our internal audit, but accepted by our external auditor. But we didn't stop there, of course. Our main problem was that issues were still reappearing, some issues. So we spent 6 months on fixing the whole process. We added accessibility into definition of done. We created acceptance criteria for accessibility. We did a lot of training, wrote a lot of documentation, and last but not least, we fixed our design system. You cannot have an accessible app if you have issues in components in the design system. So developers did a really great job here. And now Arthur will tell you about some interesting micro cases we had.
Okay, before the cases, one quick point. In banking, regulation, UX, security, technology, and customers all collide on each of the screens. So sometimes we need to build bridge solutions. Sometimes we need to prove why we don't do something. And sometimes we need to fix system, not just the screen. And let's start with our first case, something that sounds trivial and isn't, headings. So for screen reader users, they help you navigate through screens and understand their layouts. And because our header components are part of design system, they are shared across the whole app. And because of that, fixing them just took a couple of lines of code in the right place. And here's an example why that paid off. So Flutter has changed. And one setting that used to mark headings for both Android and iOS, but suddenly Android needed its own. And headings stopped being announced on Android. Nothing has changed in our code directly connected to headings. We updated Flutter to the newest version. So we coded after an official complaint that headings stopped working. And thankfully, because our design system, the fix was very easy, we needed to add just one line of code here. And second case, our app shows legal documents as PDFs. And here's the problem. No PDF package in Flutter fully supports screen readers. And we could have built our own PDF package that will fully support screen readers. But getting it right is very hard, and getting it wrong is even worse than not building it at all. So instead of forcing users to use our built-in PDF reader, we created this button that opens users' preferred PDF reader app. So yeah, this is the app that is already set up the way they need, and it works for them and their screen readers. So yeah. And next case is where two laws collide. So WCAG says that if session is about to time out, warn the user and let them extend it. But Polish banking regulation says that session cannot last longer than 60 minutes. So to be WCAG compliant here is not possible, legally not possible. And what we can do here? We can warn users, and we do with dialogue like this, but we cannot offer an endless session here. So for whom that matter? Basically, people who have cognitive disabilities or just slow processing speed. For them, missed timeout isn't just inconvenience; it's losing entire session without understanding what just happened. And what we did, we documented this case, this conflict openly, and we tried to make this warning as clear as possible. And next case. So here, this is a system-level accessibility option. On iOS, it is called Reduce Motion, and on Android, it is Disable Animations. So when it is switched on, a device will keep animations to minimum across the whole system. So if our app wants to be compliant with that, it is expected to do the same. And that's what we did. And because everything runs through our design system, it was really easy to add this, because we needed to just reduce animation across our design system. And we got a global solution for that. Yeah. And there are some exceptions here, and one of this is here. So in our app, we have this ticket detail screen. And here, over the QR code, there is a logo, this T. And this logo is animated. And this animation is very crucial here because it validates authenticity of this whole ticket. And we cannot remove it or we cannot disable it. But thankfully, WCAG have a solution for cases like that. If animation is essential, we don't need to reduce it. And by essential means, if we remove it, then we will lose some fundamental information on our functionality. So we keep it, this animation, and we stay fully within WCAG here. Which brings me to the lesson that ties everything together. Accessibility must be watched. So I will give you 2 examples. First, headings from our start of this section. We updated Flutter to do a newest version, and headings stopped being announced. Nothing has changed directly in our code connected to headings. And second case, security layer. So our app runs on a security layer called RASP, and this is a runtime application self-protection. So we changed some configuration connected to security, nothing with the interface, and it silently broke how our screen reader read the app. So 2 things that you would never connect with accessibility, and both of it broke it. And so accessibility can regress from things that you would never expect, which means you can never treat it as done. You run regression tests, beta test it with assistive technologies, and keep watching it.
Okay, so previously we had a small number of testers and developers responsible for accessibility, which made it hard to scale it across the entire organization. Right now the target is to make this accessible, implement it to all process design system and all the components. Also, the key part is collaboration with disability users and to reach a feedback from them. And of course, in proper testing, design review, and governance, we want to implement that accessibility into our development process. And what's next? Our next steps are the closer collaboration with disability users, of course, also with disability communities and organizations, still collecting the feedback from them. We also made a special role in our organization, accessibility officer, and still we want to continue that way. As you can see, we have a lot of numbers on that slide. We invest almost €1 million to this process. We trained over 350 people across the entire organization, including testers, developers, and of course business teams. We resolved over 700 WCAG issues, and we improved over 300 design system components. From the customer perspective, as you can see, we receive only two validate complaints, and our internal score of audit reached 80%, which is, in our opinion, really great result. 80% is a great result, but it's not the end of our journey. We still want to continue improvement that, and like I said,
design system and Flutter help us to scale that in our organization. And yeah, because accessibility is not a project; it's a continuously improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Now I would like to invite Sebastian to the stage, who's going to tell us about Flutter Go, because we all know that just to show UI to designers, let's say, we oftentimes need to go through the whole CI/CD pipeline and everything just to get it shown through, I don't know, Firebase app distribution. And Flutter Go is solving this issue. So let's hear more about that.
So hello, my name is Sebastian, dzień dobry. Today I come to you with a problem, or maybe some will call it an opportunity. So I want to have a statement that showing your work takes too long. Let's imagine you are a mobile developer, probably many of you are. You say it works for you, however, until you get a feedback, it can make take a lot of time. So now let's imagine you are a PO, a QA, or a designer, or any other technical stakeholder who can give good feedback, and in current solutions, basically what Anton really said, this can take time. So everybody knows this process. Basically, developer finishes a feature, they say it works for me. Then you have to create a PR, you need to wait for approvals, you need to wait for your colleagues. Then there is entire CI/CD pipeline, there is, you need to build, test, everything. Then there is entire test distribution, the test flight, Firebase, etc. And only after that, the stakeholder who can give actual feedback can give feedback. This process in certain organizations can take days, and this is really bad. However, this is not the problem of pipeline, because the pipeline is essential. It gives us many benefits. However, the question is, should it get feedback? Because in the end, everything is about feedback. So basically, if feedback comes late, then the developer will actually move on to something else after he finishes his work. You get fewer iterations per feature. The decisions need to be made on mockups and not the actual real software. And the UI and usability features, bugs, problems may be found too late after the entire team have moved on to something else. So basically, what if there was a shortcut? What if we don't need to do all of this? There is a fast path, right? We can just skip all this, but we don't want to replace the entire process. We only want to skip this in order to gather feedback quicker. And this is where we introduce Flutter Go, which is basically, we are not reinventing the wheel. We just trying to, bring solutions from other outside of Flutter bubble. Maybe you are familiar with Expo-Go. Maybe you are familiar with Versal preview environments. This is kind of the same idea. Basically, developer on their either local machine, maybe on PR, they can just run a command and they can share their work instantly. So, like, I want to quickly give you just a technical recap. It won't be too much detail. If you want to have some details, I will gladly talk to you at booth. So basically what we do, you have your Dart source code, your Flutter application. We build it with Flutter build. Then we compile that piece to bytecode. We bundle it custom FG bundle. FG is from Flutter Go. We package it with code and assets. And then we have a custom host runtime, a custom application that you actually need to install, but this application, like, don't change that often at least. This application includes the Flutter engine with the Dart VM, all the platform libraries, and the native plugins, right? And the native plugins part is important. I will come to this later because this is actually a limitation of this solution. So I will quickly show you a demo. I will tell you what you will see because it will be quite quick. Basically, because you need your PC and your phone, on the main screen you will see screen capture from PC. On the lower right corner you will see mobile application. And in the upper right corner there will be a clock which will be real-time clock. Yeah, so I run the command. It then just thought for a second. It's generating some bundles. The QR code was scanned. It downloaded the bundle, and it ran the app. It was quick. So real time. It took 36 seconds, and it's running the app. So let's watch it again. So the command is being run. I sped up the video a bit. The QR code appears on the screen, the app scanned it, and we have the app on our phone. So 36 seconds from running the command on one device to have an actual app on the device. So basically, this solution, what your team gains, you got earlier feedback before merge, before any build. Even the developer doesn't need to push anything. Basically, this gives you more iterations. Iterations are faster, so you get more rounds, more quality. You can course correct while the cost is still low. Like before merge, before everything. You don't need to work blind. You don't need to work only on mockups, only on stories. You can actually compare variants. You can hop on a call with a designer. They can say, "Hey, let's do this. Hey, let's do that," and you can quickly like, "Yeah, sure." And just on their device, like in other part of country, they can scan the code, see the result immediately. Yeah, and also, because screenshots and stories don't convey all the things. You can have sounds, you can have haptics, right? So this is only thing that you can actually test when you have the real app in your hand, right? Here we try to compose like some to see how this will look like in more enterprises configurations when. This process can take days. You have approvals, security gate checks, you have compliance, you have QA sign-off, etc. But with this solution, it could take minutes or 36 seconds, as you saw. So 99% seems bold, yeah? But technically, you can save that much time, right? You get so much more feedback. So this is crucial. And there's also one thing to note, because this is not a solution for everyone. In smaller organizations or maybe in organizations where this process is already optimized, this is already super quick, right? So this isn't that interesting for you probably, right? However, if it is a problem for you, this entirely can change the economics of the problem. So what we offer, because this is what we try to tell you that we do, because I want to come to this limitation that I mentioned earlier, that there is there is a need to build this custom, because all the native plugins who need to be tailored for your specific needs. There's like no one host application to rule them all. Basically, there is some customization needed, but that's like not everything, because there's also distribution. And if that's a problem for you, like this long process is a problem for you, then everything, I assume like you are a big enterprise, big organization with big problem, then you probably have also like custom authorization, which needs to be added, custom infrastructure that needs to be added. So all this, this bundle, like custom application, custom infrastructure, custom authorization, and all the tooling is like what we offer with Flutter Go. So you can scan this QR code or go to this link to schedule a call with me. But I also will be holding a booth right here, I think right by the door. So if you want to see a live demo, if you want to talk how we did that, then I'm gladly to answer your questions there. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Sebastian. So now with this design system section of this event coming to an end, now is the best time to kick off the discussion panel, which is going to be about design systems in the agentic era. So I would like to invite Lucas, who's going to be leading this discussion panel, onto the stage, together with Sebastian, Michael, Joao, and Anton.
Just that you're not surprised. If you like, you can start explaining a bit about material Cupertino being moved out of the framework. But I wanna introduce that. Can we start? Okay, awesome. So welcome everyone to our design systems panel here. You already know some of us on stage, so we don't need to introduce Anton again, Seba as well, me. We already gave a talk, so I would only pass the word quickly to Joao and Michael for them to introduce themselves quickly.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joao. I'm the head of design systems for Nubank. Nubank is the largest digital bank outside of Asia. We serve 135 million customers across Latin America, and now we're expanding into the United States. We'll be talking to you after the coffee break, so you'll be like re-energized after the coffee. Yeah, so glad to be here. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Michael Thompson. I have worked on Dart and Flutter for more than a decade at Google, and I currently lead the product team for Dart, Flutter, Go, and GenKit.
Awesome, thanks a lot. As already mentioned, we didn't have the chance to ask any questions right after the talks, so this panel is meant to be very collaborative. So if you have any questions about the sessions before, also about the topics that we're going to discuss on this panel, no worries, just raise your hand and we're happy to take your questions. Before you maybe make up your mind about your questions, I would like to give the word quickly to Michael, because Albert already mentioned that the Flutter team at Google has decided to move Material and Cupertino out of the Flutter framework. Albert already made a quick introduction about this. I would like to give Michael the chance to briefly comment on that while you have the chance to gather your questions.
Sure. I'm happy to talk about that at sort of a high level, why we're doing it and what we're hoping to get from it. And I think we might talk more about some of the themes here that are around it in the AMA later today too. At the highest level, there are two fundamental problems we are trying to solve. The first one is how can we create more of a collaborative efforts that makes it easy for the whole community to contribute to the two design systems that we provide in box today, Material and Cupertino. It's not easy today. Contributing to the core Flutter repo is quite hard. It's been built up over long periods. There's a lot of rules and ways of engaging there, and it takes a long time to create your PR. It takes even longer to get it in, and once you do that, it takes a long time before it goes out because the release cadence is kind of slow, right? So it's just not easy to contribute to, not for ourselves and not for anyone else in this room or beyond. So we want to try and solve that and make it a lot easier to evolve. But even if we do that, there's a very big problem around evolution and APIs and compatibility in general. The Flutter framework is sort of one unit of versioning today. So when we ship a new stable SDK and you take that stable SDK, you take everything that's in that stable SDK and it gets forced on you when you take it. So if we wanted to make an API change in, say, Cupertino, for example, because something evolved in the way Cupertino should be, and most of those changes tend to be breaking because they're fairly large changes. And if we just make that change, it means 3 months later, when that goes out in stable, everybody gets to take that SDK change, gets that breaking change forced on them. That makes it really hard to evolve, right? Like there's a very long process around announcing breaking changes and building migration tools and all those things. Luckily, we've already solved this to some extent on the Dart side for a long time because we build packages instead. And you can put packages on pub, and packages can be versioned. There can be multiple versions, and in the big distribution of customers, not everybody has to be on the same version, right? Like you put into your pubsec what version you want to depend on. So one of the main motivations of pulling these design systems out of the framework is to enable us to version them separately so that they can evolve on their own timelines and so that you as app developers can pick them up on your own timelines. And that then leads back to the first thing I led with, which is contribution. It also makes it a lot easier to contribute. If there's a quick change that's needed by a bunch of people, we can just publish a new incremental version. If there's a bigger initiative, we can work on the vNext version of the package in parallel. And there's just a lot of ergonomics we get by putting things into packages. So those are the two high-level reasons.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks. And basically, with Material and Cupertino being moved out of the Flutter framework, and then to what Albert already showed, basically having more and more basic primitive components, it will be even easier for us to now build our own custom design systems. With that, are there any questions in the audience already? Yes, Vadim, please.
I will give you the microphone. Yes. And just please, for everybody else as well, just please tell your name and the company you work for before you begin.
Hey, my name is Vadim and I'm working for myself. I have a question because I already saw the raw widgets, and raw widgets actually pretty cool for the sake of implementing like radio, checkbox, and other stuff. Do we also expect to have something a bit more complex like navigation bar or etc.? Yeah, that's pretty. Thanks.
I can, from my perspective, that's a great question, but it's a hard one, right? And I don't know if I didn't talk about this before, so let me just mention the backdrop here. When we started pulling these widgets out, one thing we realized is that there are a lot of base behaviors that were sort of sitting at the wrong layer. I think most of you, when you start to learn Flutter, you learn like the Flutter layer cake, like the diagram with the green Dart boxes and the yellow C++ boxes, and then like the embedders below, right? And the two upper layers of the green boxes are first like the two widget systems, and then the widget-based behaviors below. In the imports, this is like Flutter/widgets versus Flutter/Cupertino and Material, right? And we always had those as two separate layers, but just over time, as things evolved, we'd put a lot of stuff into Cupertino and Material that we actually realized should have been a level down. So one of the reasons why it's taken such a long time for us to like move Cupertino and Material into packages is that it wasn't just a straight move. We spent a lot of time refactoring and moving code from Cupertino and Material down into widgets, and thus ended up creating this raw widget layer. And that's where like a ton of time has been spent. I don't think that will ever be done, but it's certainly getting more done. And I think as it gets more done, we can start to ask the questions of like, how many abstractions do we need there? And what is the right level of abstraction? This is a very hard problem because we also keep, spanning more platforms, and something like a navigation bar is not fundamentally the same across a lot of platforms, right? So I don't have an answer. This was a long way of saying I don't have that. I don't have it because it's sort of an evolutionary thing we need to work through. Yeah.
But I guess it will certainly be easier now also for the community to contribute to that, right? So I mean, there's it's very hard to only rely on Google's resources shipping that, but we are a big community as Flutter developers, so it will certainly be easier for it. And Vadim, if you are interested in it, you can contribute to it.
No, I really appreciate that because I know it's pretty hard.
Awesome. Any other questions already? Okay, then let's continue with the first block of the panel. And I mean, as this event is mostly steered toward agentic development, let's jump into that topic for the start. And I'm curious, Joao, we haven't had the chance to see you on stage yet. How would you say have coding agents changed your, especially UI and design system development workflow in the past?
Right. So we've been iterating and testing different approaches in that sense, both on the creative side of the design system, on how we can leverage the brand expression through the design system on its different layers, and also the actual workflow reinvention on the engineering side. So how can we expedite the deliverable of new components or variation of components, and also reduce friction on the contribution process? Because today at Nubank, our design system, just so you get a general picture, we are 10,000 employees, 230 designers, and 3,000 engineers. So although we are a centralized team of 30 people, a multidisciplinary team, we receive contributions across the whole company from different markets and product lines. And today we still face some friction on the contribution because of the inherent complexities of our architecture. So AI is also helping us expedite both the creative side and the code generation side, and this will be a huge lever. So this is one of our key motivations. We have recently concluded a pilot phase on components generation using a set of different code agents, about 10 different agents coordinated, creating the code that's adherent to our specific architecture that you're going to see in a while. We lever the power of Flutter as the basis, but also server-driven UI as a content distribution mechanism, along with enforced governance on some of the most important design touch points in the experience. I guess one of the points that the AI is still not there yet, I would say, it's mostly on the creative side, because the quality of the output in terms of design quality, narrative quality, adherence to the brand it's not quite there in the level of quality that we require. So much of that iteration still happens on the human side. So it's more than the human on the loop. It's the human leading the creative side, but something that we delegated to the agents are the handoff files, the QA part, also the documentation generation. So these more manual and operational tasks on the creative side are now led by the agents, so that we have more space for designers to discuss across different markets and products. What's the best design? What are the sensorial aspects of the design, including motion, sound, haptics, animations, also all of the accessibility features that are bundled in every Nudes components. So I would say this is the picture we got at the moment. The code part is evolving. The creative part still has to evolve a lot to reach the level of quality that we require. But we are super excited with this revolution and transformation. Yeah. Cool. Anyone else would like to talk about the agents?
Yeah, I think with agents, it's just that you have to have the agent know about the design system to also actually use it. And it, as I showed earlier in like our agents file and our skills, it actually doesn't take that much in order to steer the agent to use it. And that gets even better the more obviously references it has. So I think, for example, our success with just telling the agent to use harmonized components was also largely successful because like it basically was able to just look at the code base and see that basically everything was already built with the component, and it really tries to follow these patterns. So I think that is an important thing, that tell the agent to do it and give the agent something as reference points.
Right, and I mean, in your case, Anton, you already showed it as well. You're using to basically use it. If I understood you right now, João, you're basically saying the code part is already working quite well. In the beginning, during the design phase, during the creative planning of new features, that's where we're still lacking some tooling. I'm guessing you're also building your design system in Figma, right? Have you already had the chance to basically use some AI tooling for the design phase as well, and can basically walk us through a bit what worked well so far and where we still lack some tooling?
Yeah, of course. Because like using the components as a reference for the AI helps you build app pages that use the components basically, but not necessarily they follow the knowledge that's part of the guidelines, the conventions of design in the company, and the specific necessities across different markets and projects. So something we are investing on too is using multiple skills on how can we bridge that knowledge. So let's say I have my knowledge base on user testing or user interviews. How can I infer that and connect that as a knowledge base to better inform the creative part, so that the generated screen is not just a collection of random components around the screen, like executing a task, but they carry the design conventions we're looking for, and they protect the brand principles that we want to express through the app experience. So I guess this is extremely relevant to us, and we are building it because this requires discussion. This is mostly a cultural challenge prior to being an AI challenge, because you have to create this knowledge around the internal design community of what is our quality bar and what's the expected experience. Then you have the instruments, the knowledge to apply to the AI. We are very close to Figma. We've been partners for a while. We will be joining to the Config conference in the next couple of weeks. And something we started testing with them is Figma Weave. Figma Weave is used to create illustrations. So we are now understanding if it will be good or not for our use cases, because we have a very intense workflow on the design system side too, to generate illustrations. Today, our illustration system has more than 400 different assets, and there's an intense collaboration process with the different business units across Nubank to generate more of those. So far, our experience with Figma Weave on creating illustrations is like 50% good, I would say. Yeah, because the output, although we've been using our own illustrations library to inform the AI to train it, the output is still a bit generic. So we miss like the brand touch, because our brand has a level of wit and unexpected aspects on the illustrations. So this the AI can't take yet. But we are very happy to collaborate with Figma on the evolution of Weave as alpha testers of that. And I really see that in a moment when we have more data to inform how the outputs for the AI, the creative part will also be accelerated quite a bunch. So, yeah.
Okay, interesting. And let's basically take this process a bit further. So we basically passed this creative step. The design was created. We then managed to give the design to the agent, and the agent was able to build it. And now it's time for the human to get in the loop to review what the agent built. And I'm curious, Seba, Joao, Anton already commented a bit on that. So what is the workflow that you are currently using to really ensure that what was built is actually good? So basically, how do you review your agent's work?
Yeah, of course. So we started the QA phase of the agents pipeline because each of the 10 agents that we've created, Julian has led this project at Nubank. One part of the process is the QA phase, but at this moment, we were able to cover only the use case of visual match. So we have like the pixels analysis, like are we reaching 92% precision or not versus Figma, leveraging Figma MCP. But that's not sufficient when we think of the design quality governance, because we want to understand all of the levels of the design system. Because today we see the design system at Nubank as a pyramid. So we have the foundations with the different tokens structures and the theming infrastructure. Also what we call the sensorial layer, so how we apply sound and haptics that are coordinated to the brand experience. Then we have the individual components, the patterns, the conventions, and the templates. For us to be able to infer the design quality of the experiences, using components is not enough. Today, and this is a public data I can share, today we already have 90% nudes adoption on the app pages. So our design system coverage and adoption is pretty high, but that's not enough to infer design quality. So we want to evolve the agent that's responsible for the QA phase to go beyond pixel analysis and also test interaction, test accessibility, test these other sensorial aspects, and eventually also infer or analyze how a given experience is matching or not the brand principles, because this is also very important, because in the end of the day, the design system is also like the protector of the brand experience on the app as a touch point. So we want to make sure we have this complete set and this holistic governance on the design quality.
Okay, makes sense, Seba.
Yeah, so adding to that, because the agent loop, I think, is everything like you mentioned. So part of the loop when you need to the test, like when you test and Flutter, I hope you think Patrol. I hope everyone knows Patrol, and Patrol has MCP. So this can be your part of the agentic loop, and we use that in every our project. This is part of the loop. However, there is also another thing that we use in design systems and in the agent loop as well, is that maybe you haven't heard, but we have created a tool called Marionette. It also has MCP. It also completes the flow so that agent can actually click through your app, go through your app. This also is a solution. If I mentioned in my previous talk that we want to copy solutions from outside of Flutter bubble. So you probably know the similar approaches from Claude. Cursor has a design mode. So the Marionette kind of helps you. It can navigate through the code, and this is also you can give eyes to what your another instance of LLM produced. So you can see, you can click through, you can later test. So this entire loop we cover in this way. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Are there any questions? Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is George. I'm from Aventus IT, and my question is talking about like closing the loop of agentic testing and design and layout. How do you approach different dimensions of different screens of Android? They have tons of different screen sizes. So obviously you can test one screen matching one Android, one Figma design, and you can say, okay, it's pixel perfect, it's good, but then you have 1,000 other devices. How do you approach that in both the design and the testing itself?
I can comment on this regarding the talk Anton and me were giving. So if you're using Widgetbook, we have a concept called add-ons. And one of the add-ons that you can use is a viewport add-on. And that add-on allows you to basically use whatever dimension you like. So if you would like to test it on a small iOS device, you can, for example, select the iPhone 8. If you would like to use it on a large Android device, you could select the, let's say, Samsung S20 Ultra or something like this. And you can then basically take screenshots using Flutter's golden tests from the widget or the screen in those dimensions. And if your designers, and here basically the question always is, okay, your design system, but also the screens that are then designed by the designer, do they already take different dimensions into consideration? So what we mostly see with our larger enterprise customers, there the designers definitely do that. If it's still a smaller company, quite often the designer only creates it for the default configuration, and then it's usually your job as a developer to basically decide, okay, if I create it now for a small device, I basically have to do the first iteration, and then it's usually an iterative collaboration with the designer to figure out if it still makes sense for the other dimensions. Do you have other approaches?
In our case, we are very intentional of having one unified design language across multiple platforms. So we do not personalize the design language or the specifics of the design system to only Android or to only iOS. This is also one of the things we like the most about Flutter, because Flutter also allows us to do this easily. And we leverage existing components from Material to also personalize most of the design system components. So I think it also depends on what's your intent and your strategy on your design language. Should it be integrated, or should it mimic or be closer to the native experience? So this is basically our brand call. Given that we want to have a highly personalized brand experience, we have opted to own our destiny in terms of our design language. So this is how we approach this sense. Eventually, there are some bugs we see, like this happens only on iOS, this happens only on Android. Then we do the specific adjustments. Overall, all of the components, they are responsive, so they adapt to the screen sizes. All of our components too, they adhere to screen readers, best practices, and also text resizing. Text resizing or dynamic text is an essential feature for all of our components. Our dear friends from LinkCode have been helping us a lot to improve the level of quality on text resizing use cases on accessibility. And and we also try to make designers prototype on the worst case scenario. So they stress test the prototypes on Figma using the smallest screen sizes and also the largest text resizing features. So this also helps generate the culture.
Okay, awesome. So basically we were touching a bit on different platforms. So that's basically a good chance now to introduce the last topic of this design panel. And that is that many, especially larger enterprise teams, are usually not only using Flutter in their tech stack, but they are also using very often JavaScript technologies for web. And then they need to make sure that their design systems basically not only work for Flutter, but actually work cross-stack, so also for JavaScript and the other technologies that are being used. With that, Anton, would you maybe like to start how you are solving it currently at 1,5?
Yeah. So when we started building Harmonized, we specifically, or we started building it for our Flutter mobile apps, because that was like the most prominent like touch points for our B2C customers. But what we realized is that like all of the processes I showed like made us really efficient in building this. And so we wanted to bring like the same gains also to our other teams working, for example, with React. And this is then where really like a design system helps so much, because like you have this layer build up, like you have the foundations, your basic components that you can basically then rebuild. And then what Joao just said, like a design system is more than just components. It also like this templating and layouting, because obviously for a mobile app, it's a relatively simple thing. You put basically everything in a column. But obviously, if you have like a web dashboard, you have a lot more space and a lot more things to think about, which are decisions you can also obviously put into your design system. And what we also saw, which is quite cool in this agentic era, is that like lines between tech stacks sometimes blur. Like me as a Flutter developer, I may be working on some web product because that team has like less capacities, or we have other way around web developers in our Flutter app, or even designers starting to prototype also with agents. And having basically the same design system across the tech stack gives like a level of familiarity, because I may not be as fluent in reading like a React div, but if I see like something sort of resembling a widget tree from Flutter and seeing this is a harmonized button and seeing like familiar code names, it helps me as a human in the loop to also judge what the agent is doing. And so I think it's worth looking at like processes on how design teams collaborate with dev teams and apply these learnings and best practices across your tech stacks.
Awesome. Does anyone have anything to add here? Okay. Oh, yeah, question. Great.
Hello, my name is Andrei. I'm from M12 Media, which is Kadokawa subsidiary. Regarding harmonized, one of the goal you mentioned is that it's make it more LLM friendly or agentic friendly, right? And my question is like, how exactly is it achieved, and how you, what kind of metrics do you use to make sure that it's actually friendly for LLMs, given the fact that material, for example, probably has significantly more training data. So yeah, this is basically the question.
Yeah, good question. I think it's always a process. So I really think what I mentioned earlier is that it's about documentation, like that the component clearly states what it should be used for. And then it's, in the end, a matter of familiarity for also the agent. Yes, the general training data does not have harmonized in it, but like when it pulls in the context and looks at how a different screen may be built, or even pointing it towards, hey, build me this new screen for some contract visualization, and I can tell it basically look at the other implementation, that already helps us in our experience. So it's about giving the context to know what it should be used, and that can be achieved, in my opinion, through documentation and additional examples. I mean, the most crucial thing is, I think, this lint rule, like this analyzer, that with that we can kind of assume that it will use the correct components. And then also it's obviously a visual check by designers to see, does it actually match what should have been built, as well as reading the code. So
okay, we have time for one more question, I think.
Yeah, hello. My name is Emirhan Seren from Brain Rocket. I would like to ask a question to Michael after hearing from Sebastian. I believe in current era, most of the developers are using AI tools during the development. And is there any plan in Google to develop an AI tool specifically for the Flutter, which can see through the engine and the SDKs?
AI tools are very, very complicated. There are no plans for my team to specifically build such a targeted AI tool because I think we would get it wrong, right? Like it's very difficult. I want to build a layered stack. I want us to be able to expose all the information up to the wealth of agents being built out there. We started that work a long time ago. We have an MCP server so we can pass out information to the agents about the state of analysis, what's going on in the rendering layer, all those things. And I think that's the best way we play in this ecosystem is we enable the agents to get the strongest information they need so that they can correct any mistakes they may make or fix any issues along the way. And I think that's how we can play in an open ecosystem and make sure that we don't end up hitching ourselves to the wrong cart in this AI race.
Okay, awesome. In case there are any more questions, we are all going to be around here the entire day. So please feel free to just talk to us. And again, to the audience watching online, we're also all active on social media. So feel free to send us a message. Thanks.
So thank you all for this discussion panel. As you can see, our schedule has shifted by 10 minutes. So now is the time for a coffee break. I think every one of you has seen where the coffee machines are when you were entering this venue. So also for the online viewers, we are going to be coming back in 30 minutes. Basically, we'll be back at 11:50. And you should see the change schedule also shortly in the FTS app. So have a nice break. Okay, let's get her back here. Welcome back to all after this coffee break. Please, let's take your seats because we are starting again yet another panel which will be more focused on AI, although in this day and age everything is focused around AI, but this will be purely focused on that. And I would like to call to stage Joao and Julie Van from Nubank, who are going to be talking about design governance as code. So please, let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, so hello again, everyone. I was able to already introduce myself. I'm João. I'm the head of the design system at Nubank. I've been at Nubank for 7 years. Julivan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Julivan. I'm engineering manager at Nubank. I can say that I am pretty new compared to João. I have 2 years been working at Nubank as engineering manager.
Yeah, and Julivan has to cope with me at Nubank since his first minute, first day, since first day one, we've been working together.
My onboarding buddy.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so let's go. We want to share a bit about, I discussed a bit on this on the panel, but how we approach design governance as code first, because we shouldn't rely only on good intentions and documentation, right? This is not enough for us to reach the high quality bar that we require, and code is an avenue to guarantee the best customer experience. And then there's AI on top, and we are also going to discuss a bit more on that. So a bit more about Nubank. As I mentioned, Nubank is the largest digital bank outside of Asia. So currently we serve 135 million customers across Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, and now starting the penetration in the United States. 62% of the Brazil adult population banks with Nubank. 37 million of them had their first access to the financial system through Nu, especially on credit products. So the social impact of using technology to leverage access to financial services is one of the key missions at Nubank. And we have very high activity rate. 83% of people use it constantly, our monthly activity rate. So operating at this scale and guaranteeing the level of craft and quality on the design and also the scalability of code is quite a challenge. So we shouldn't depend only on documentation and good intentions, right? How can we make sure that this is an outcome of the platforms, the front-end platforms that we utilize in our structure? So what are these three platforms that we mentioned that compose a flywheel, that compose an ecosystem? So we have Nubank's design system, NuDS, where we have and hold everything related to tokens, components, patterns, behaviors that I mentioned previously. And Nudes is basically the vocabulary on how the whole app looks and feel. So this is also important because it's not only about the UI, but also about the behaviors we see in the app. And it's funny because NuDS, but actually we say nudes, you know, it's like naked. But you know, Nubank is called Nu because it means being naked, like it's being stripped down of the usual bureaucracy on the financial system. So this is the concept. Yeah, cool. And then going forward on another platform, which is our server-driven UI structure. So the screens in the app, they are rendered on the server side, and they leverage the existing components on the design system side. So Flutter is the basis, the foundation for everything we do on the UI, and then the screen content is rendered on the server side. And lastly, on having strong governance in this sense, we have the homepage platform that orchestrates one of the most important points in our app, touch points with the customer, which is the app homepage. Because in the end of the day, of all of those active users, 100% of them will go through the homepage, right? If they're logged in. So we have this orchestration and also this global design governance on the homepage level. So strategically speaking, the design system at Nubank, we're much more prescriptive and enforce it than overly open. And this is a shift in our strategy because in the past, the design system was widely open. So designers basically compose whatever screen they wish with whatever components they wished. And we saw that generated a backlog of UX inconsistencies and also a lack of design quality. That's why in the recent years, we've been changing that through a very intense collaboration process with all of the design and engineering community at Nubank and be able to create global patterns and conventions that can help us succeed and reduce effort both on the design side and code side. Now, Julivan is going to mention a bit more about each of them.
Yes, great, John. So why this is important for us? Why this flywheel it's important? Because we need to have canonical approach, right? Because without canonical approach, it's almost impossible to leverage AI, and we need everything to be smoother and like give AI like the biggest context that we need. So as João was mentioning, we have Nudes, which is our design system. This is where Flutter lives, right? So Nudes provides all the primitives for Flutter, and each component we have versions, we have themable widgets, we have semantics, we have analytics, accessibility. So all the things that are using Nudes, they take advantage of all the platform capabilities. And this is really important because as we saw in the past talk, like use the design system is crucial for AI as well. Then it's built also and takes advantage of our server-driven UI framework. So all the component tree is resolved by our server-driven UI. So we have an interpreter in Flutter that map each Nudes component for the screen. So we have actions, validation, we have navigation, and we also take advantage of caching, prefetching, observability. So we have a lot of tools embedded in the server-driven UI framework. And then we have the homepage platform. This is really important for us because as we are a large-scale bank, we're a large-scale application, we have a lot of different products inside the homepage. So the homepage platform is responsible to orchestrate those requests. And when our teams use the homepage platform, we have all the capabilities that it provides, like experimentation. We know the eligibility of the customer. Which widgets do I need to show to this customer? We have personalization, also graceful degradation of the widgets. So homepage platform handles all these requests. We have like 90 different widgets at the homepage, requests actually, and we merge them into one single request on the front end. So what this unlocks for us and why this is important. So we have optimized the app release so we can deliver the best experience for our customers really quickly, because with our server-driven UI, it enables us to do small changes, experimentation on the fly. And like, it's not possible yet to have like big changes, but we can have like all the capabilities, like change buttons, change everything from the layout. And while we keep the adherence to the stars, we also have these quick updates for our customers. Also, we have one coherent experience for our app, because we have many things, we have a lot of surface to touch, but every screen inherits the same shell. So we take advantage of motion, accessibility, and this is really important for us because, like João was mentioning, it's really important that we have design coherence, right? So also, like for any regions, we have one tailored homepage because we have this canonical approach. So with one system, like which is the homepage platform, for example, we have single definition, we have everything adapted per country instead of different builds. So Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, they all take advantage of the homepage platforms and server-driven UI frameworks.
Yeah, and something interesting too that we've been learning, basically we are creating a framework of governance because some of the app touch points we might want to be more restrictive in terms of following the global standards, so we can also protect the brand experience overall. But some other layers in the navigation, we are more flexible. So basically we see that the first level navigation that's composed of the homepage, profile settings, they should be global, therefore they are enforced on a homepage platform level. But then product dashboards or specific flows, they are more flexible because we also need to empower, as a design system, we are enablers, right? For the teams. We must empower teams to be able to iterate on the UI, to understand what's the business impact through our experimentation culture on the specific journeys that they are accountable. We have a credit card team, a account team, a lending team, investments team, and they also need to be empowered to do these iterations. So basically this is how we are framing and creating our design governance framework. So more restrictive on the first level navigation, and then a bit more flexible on the second level plus. And also I spoke on the panel, Nudes is composed of, we see it as a pyramid. So we have the baseline with the foundations, with tokens and everything, the components, but we still have a very little portfolio of patterns and templates. Patterns specifically, we are investing a lot of energy on creating the standards and also the understanding in the company of what do we expect of the navigation patterns, what do we expect of the loading patterns, how they are applied to the different flows and experiences, and then also being able to create the templates, which are pre-composed strategies. A learning also that we have many different archetypes of designers and engineers in the community, and I guess this is kind of universal across the industry. So thinking of designers, we have the system thinker, the designers that usually follow the rules and they cheer up for the design system. But then we have the innovators, that it's very challenging for them to accept a convention already set. So they have extreme difficulty on using the conventions on the design system, but it's extremely important for us to have these two archetypes because the design system is also about some creative friction. So we have to have a flywheel also to receive and collect this feedback loop and understand where the design system can improve to better support the use cases and also customer delight. So I guess this aspect of the governance is super important, especially as we enter the AI first model and thinking of AI agents. If we don't have this documentation clarified, we won't be able to give good instructions to the AI. That's why we've been investing a lot on raising maturity on the complete pyramid of the design system and enrich our value proposition as a business area. Yeah. Okay, so what's our general take? What makes the flywheel spin, right, in our day-to-day? So on the design system level, we've been pushing teams to use the most, or when possible, the Nudes templates and not a blank canvas. We mirror, of course, our design system inside Figma, so we are very careful on the Figma code match. This is very relevant to us. On the server-driven UI side, the teams, they define the screens as this data layer, also using Flutter on the background as the fundamentals. On E2E, we orchestrate and have this governance on the first level navigation, and also making sure we have high coverage on the tokens and avoid using raw values because this protects the brand coherence. We are investing more and more on building our brand, especially as we expand on international. So we have to protect that coherence. Luckily, we've been also able on the design system team to invest on instrumentation of different metrics to understand adoption. It's very important to have this analytical understanding on the design system to support your evolutions. So the numbers I shared previously, we have today 90% of components adoption across all of the server-driven UI pages in the app. But looking at the components adoption alone is not enough because to infer design quality, we need to look at the whole pyramid. So being analytical in this sense is super relevant. So basically, this is the recipe, how we've been treating and handling the challenge of having incredible design experiences at scale and with an extremely collaborative framework across multiple teams at Nubank. And then something shows up. Have you heard of AI? Anybody?
Yeah, so in systems with like such big scale like we have at Nubank, context is everything, right? So something that we are working on and is give to the AI as much context as we can, because we need to use tokens, we need we need to have typed components, we need to have declarative screens. So we enhance the AI dictionary so we can get rid of this repetitive work, but we need to keep humans on the judgment calls, because for us, like João said, it's very important for us to have like coherence. And the scale that we are right now, we need to be very, very careful on what we are shipping to our customers. So we need to leverage existing components in the screen. So that's why the context is so important for us. We need to reuse everything that we have. We need to catch what's off the system and why, like João was mentioning about the nudes adoption. So why are the teams not using nudes? We need to know that, because we need to enhance the design system. We need to deliver the best experience for internal customers as well. So we need also to keep docs in sync, because we need to have our MD files, our documentation, handoff files, and etc. And also, I think this is a very important for us. It's the guardrails, like the linters, the PR reviews, the UX guardrails as well, because we want to have everything under our control, but also giving flexibility for all the things that are consuming those components and our services to build their screens.
Okay, so if we could share, like, based on our learnings, it's not been easy, but it's been extremely fun to build this strategy on global design coherence, leveraging platforms and leveraging code. So put design decisions where code runs. Guidelines won't scale. Humans usually won't read the guidelines. So make sure that you have these on the code side. You have these clear contracts. This is extremely important. Also, run your platforms as a flywheel. Understand not only the design system in isolation, but how it's connected to the whole content distribution architecture on the platforms you take care for. And also, AI rewards is structure, because without these definitions, the quality of the outputs will be pretty low. So we've been investing a lot on generating this awareness and creating the definitions of some of the stuff that was not defined on the design system. And it does take a lot of sweat and investment, but it's really worth it. We are extremely excited with the AI Agentic First flow that we've recently developed, and we see huge gains in productivity. Some stuff to improve on the creative side, as I mentioned previously, but these will help us succeed in the long run. Okay, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you again, João and Julivan. I would now like to invite Jakub Fiałkowski onto the stage. No? Mati. Okay. Okay, so it was wrong. So Mateusz, welcome. You're going to tell us about Marionette MCP, because I'm sure you would like your AI agents to be able to click through your Flutter apps.
One. Okay. Thank you for that introduction. It's a good, cool, fun story, because Jakub is here. You can ask him during the break. I'm just filling in for him because he got married, and this is much more important than Marionette MCP. Okay, so let's start a 10 minutes lightning talk about our open source package. So Marionette, what's the problem, right? Because we want to solve some problem. So with AI, probably all of you, when you use AI agent to code, especially UI stuff, the agent can write Flutter all day, right? It can validate with lints, analyzer, compile stuff, and so on. Use anything on your computer, but many times it's just flying blind. Previously, it couldn't even run the app. Now it's much better with that. We have Dart and Flutter MCP, but many times it's just it's hard to tell it what things look like, right? So usually, what people do, what developers, they become agents' eyes and hands. So they run the app and tell the agent, "Okay, I ran the app for you." Then they tap around, screenshot, paste the screenshot back to the agent, and tell it, for example, "Hey, that actually is not what I expected. You failed at this and that, and make no mistakes," right? Our favorite prompt. And then again, if there's a bug, you probably describe it in some natural language because the agent can't catch it actually, and it doesn't know what's on your mind. So we want human in the loop, right? But we don't want human in the middle in terms of you want to leave it, go grab your coffee, and you want the agent to be able to just verify itself. So that's where Marionette comes into play. So it connects your agent to a running Flutter app. So you can interact with it. It connects to the VM service underneath. So you can tap around, scroll, enter text, take a screenshot, whatever it needs. So basically all the stuff that human would do. So all the human actions are there. And one of the claims is Playwright MCP, but for Flutter apps, because the history is that one of the famous Flutter developers on Twitter, Thomas Burkhardt, maybe some of you recognize the name, he posted once that Playwright MCP is awesome and he would like something like that for Flutter. And Jakub sent that to me, and I told him, yeah, let's create that. And he said, we actually already have that, and I didn't know about it because they just created that for some project. So let's open source it. So you might ask, okay, but there's already Dart and Flutter MCP, right? Yeah, and it's there and it's doing a great job, and they are like complementing each other, not fighting each other. So why? Because Dart and Flutter MCP is mostly build time. So when you write the code, that's what we talked in the beginning. You want to write the code. It can do all the Dart stuff, right? Like search pub, manage dependencies, run Dart analyzer, linting, all the stuff. Even can drive UI via Flutter driver. But with Marionette, you can just do it more in a lightweight way, and especially in the runtime. So in the build time, you use Dart and Flutter MCP. You build a feature, and then you use Marionette in the runtime to verify it, to tap, to type, scroll, get a screenshot, read some part of widget tree, all the stuff that would be useful for you as a human. And that's the full agent development loop. So that's something that the yellow parts before were human parts, and now with Marionette you can do both of them with the agents. So you already wrote the feature, ran the code. Now you can interact with it automatically and verify it. So it's very nice because you don't want to describe all the path. If you have a large app, it might be, you have to tap through a lot of features or insert some specific data. But agents are intelligent. Like, this is the best thing about them, about LLMs, that they actually can figure it out. They just need the eyes and hands, and we give it the eyes and hands. So under the hood, we exposed a couple of tools, and the most important ones are get interactive elements. So we want to be context efficient. This is very important. We'll be probably talking about it in the next sessions and panels. That once it was token maxing, but now we all want to have the job done with as few tokens as we can actually. So we don't want to push all the widget tree inside. We want to, be specific and select only the part of it that it's interesting for us. And also we can take screenshots from any view in the Flutter app, because it's fully available in the Flutter engine, so that the agent can actually compare it. Of course, the others are getting logs, tapping, entering text, and everything that you can imagine to, interact with the app. Like I mentioned, we try to be very Flutter. What it means is that we don't require anything, even a Flutter driver, because of that, we don't care about Android, iOS, web, desktop. It all should work, because we just use Flutter stuff. So you just run one line of code that we have in our README, and then we can inject into the VM service extensions, so that it's already there. So what are the use cases? So first use case is the use case with Figma. This is the one that I started with when I was playing around with Marionette. So you have a screenshot from Figma, you tell it to take a feature and develop it. So it takes a screenshot from Figma on the left side, it develops a feature, takes a screenshot on the right side, compares it, and it can even produce a nice report of discrepancies. And then it can, decide to either, implement it itself or let you decide. But if you tell it just do it until it's the same, it will literally, craft, take screenshots again, compare with Figma again, list the discrepancies again, and until it's pixel perfect. Another very nice is when you have a bug or any ticket, for example, from Jira, especially you can paste it or you can use Jira MCP. So the LLM with Marionette can just read the description of the ticket and actually reproduce it for you. So it will try to reproduce all the stuff, because if you can as a human, if a QA engineer as a human could do that, then probably it can do the same. And just iterate and check if it's fixed. So fix the code, again, verify the repro, prove it's fixed. And another use case is verifying a feature. For example, here I took a Flutter Tech Summit app and I added add note feature. It's not in the app, it's not in production. I just did it on the side, where you can add a note to the talk, because you want to, save some information for yourself. And after the development, I told it to verify it. So it actually verified if it's still there, if the persistence works, if it can re-enter the screen, and if it's still there. And also, the use case is when it compiles, it doesn't mean it works, right? So, for example, you have some bug, and you can check if everything's fine regarding the functionality. So, for example, here we are hitting the save button, but it's actually not there, and it's very popular UI bug. And then it can hot reload, get logs, analyze the widget tree, and get all the stuff that's needed for the Flutter dev, and then it automatically repairs the bug. And finalizing this, it's about closing the loop. So before tools like Marionette and all the agentic verifiers, we just had to verify it ourselves. And now the agent can verify it so that it can iterate autonomously. So it's all about this autonomy, that we can finally introduce the autonomy. And no human in the middle, but human in the loop, of course. Afterwards, you will see the code, you will review it. It's just that you don't want to be interrupted, and you can see this agent that it's, for example, waiting for you for 15 minutes to do something in the app, and you forgot about it. So not to waste the time, it can just do it itself, right? And turns out others find it useful. We started, I think, in the beginning of this year, and we are seeing kind of a hockey stick on pub. So it's pretty nice because we didn't do any any strong marketing. We were once on observable Flutter stream, which was great. But we've heard that people are doing talks about Marionette already at some other conferences, and it's cool to hear that. Yeah, so the thesis is close the loop and unlock autonomy. Thank you. The package is there. You can try it. It's open source, and let me know what you think. I'm gonna be around if you want to talk more about it. And right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mateusz. I'm sure that you all notice how quickly the AI tooling is developing and how much it is evolving and the journey that it takes us on. For me, it's just yesterday when I was excited about tap completion, and now we have long-running agents doing spec-driven development. And the next talk is precisely going to be about this kind of an AI journey that happened at Crédit Agricole Bank in their mobile app. So I would like to welcome again Mateusz and Piotr on the stage, who are going to tell us more about that.
All right, thank you. This is actually my talk. Okay, so yeah, I think we're ready. Okay, so here we have the remote. So let's start from Copilot to GenUI. So you already seen the Flutter Crédit Agricole app today during the accessibility talk. So today we're gonna talk about the same app, but from the perspective of mobile platform team and AI journey in the Flutter app.
Hello, everyone. My name is Piotr Pawlicha. I'm from Crédit Agricole, from DigiTribe. I'm also a product owner of technical squad, which is responsible for CI/CD processes, tooling, and developer standards.
And I'm Mateusz, you already know me. And I'm here because I've started this project with Piotr and Crédit Agricole's team 5 years ago, I guess. And this is the app that's not just an app. It's the app from Flutter.dev official showcase. And this is the app that you've probably seen already our talks about it, about large banking app, about Flutter in banking. We had a lot of this talk where it was at a lot of conferences, and then we stayed quiet for a bit. So now we're coming back after a couple of years. It's still there. It's still maintained and it's still developed. And it was one of the biggest Flutter apps ever created, especially in the banking domain. Like to just show the scale, we had more than 250 people on the team. Then it was 30 Flutter devs across 16 squads, and we were both in the mobile platform team, which is where we started the app, the architecture, standards, and everything, right? But today we are talking about from Copilot to GenUI. So let's start our journey, right?
Yeah, so we started from basics, chart and inline completions. We chose the Copilot, GitHub Copilot, because it has been recognized as a leader in Gartner's Magic Quadrant for AI Code Assistant in 2024 report. It was the second year in a row. GitHub Copilot is widely used tool with over 20 million developers in 77,000 companies. And it's truly understand the market and continuously expand its offering with new features and models from biggest players. It seamlessly integrates with popular IDEs. But the most important thing from enterprise perspective is that the Microsoft is a trusted partner, and it delivers a service for European market in compliance with regulations and guarantees that it doesn't use a processed code in any way, including model training. This is how our roadmap look like. We started 1 year ago from with approval of our security office. We selected participants from whom we collected feedback. We set up teams and working guidelines, but a significant amount of time was taken up by procedures, documentations, and approvals. To summarize, it took us a full year to make this solution compliant and approved. And yeah, this is a reality of enterprise AI adoption. One of the key challenges was code ownership. We were concerned about the situation where AI-generated code being blindly accepted, coming back from production as a bug no one could fix. And excuses like, it wasn't me, it was the AI. Our answer, every piece of code had still to be signed off by an engineer, and specific name should serve as it's a sign of personal responsibility. It's like Rolls-Royce or Boeing engine factories, a nameplate with a signature even when robots help with the build. Every merge request requires approval from another engineer, also human, and final merge request is performed by a human stream maintainer. And automation handled the rest. I mean, unit tests, vulnerability checks, linting. We have also feature flags and access control for faulty functionalities if needed. This is how we implemented it in practice. Human gateways didn't tell us how the tool was actually being used. So we added a questionnaire to every merge request. It's developer self-report whether AI was being used, how it what it was used for, and to what extent. It's kind of real data on the scale of Copilot usage across the project. What do developers say? In interviews and conversation, they estimate that Copilot speed up their work to about 20%. And comments like, I can no longer imagine working without Copilot have emerged, but also sometimes it hallucinates, it doesn't follow our coding standards nor design system. So this is a subjective assessment. So we added heart measurements, Copilot telemetry, and we found that mobile team has reached 37% of inline completion acceptance rate, which means every third suggestion from Copilot is taken to the code, and this result puts them in the top 25% globally. Another example is using Copilot chat in automation test team. They reach 66% of acceptance in chat. This is a multi-technology and exploratory work, so the chat fits perfectly. We have different teams with different characteristics, but both effective and above market benchmarks. So the tool works. We wanted more. We wanted more because inline completion and Copilot chat are reactive. It's a productivity boost, not a workflow transformation. So we started asking, what if Copilot could generate whole screens or functionalities fully aware of our architecture or coding standards? That would be a shift from inline completions to agentic development, and that's why we started a POC with LeanCode, AI-assisted development.
Right. So first, of course, you had to start with Copilot and all the stuff. People got used to AI, and then you know how fast and quickly like AI progresses. So there were already agents, and we thought, yeah, how to approach that, because we had a lot of actually of doubts, because it's a huge project. It's kind of a project. This mobile app is about, I don't know, 2 million lines of code, I think, 70 packages. Like in the previous talk about Credit Agricole app, it was a slide with 300 design system components or something like that. So it's already hard because, you know, we were scared that that it's either too expensive, like every prompt, or the context would be too large to fit into the model. So so we said, okay, let's start modeling this new workflow with a POC. So we selected 14 production quality screens. What it means is that they were already ready for development, but nobody taken up the issue, like nobody taken up the actual tickets from the development. So we branched off from that point in time, so that you know, AI wouldn't have the real code, because we knew from some statistics that, for example, Claude models can look into the Git tree. It can search other branches. So even if on your branch this feature is not there, but you have that on other branch, it's very likely that the Claude model would pick up already done code from other branch. It would totally ruin our experiment, right? So we took screens that were ready for development but never actually implemented. So what we built on top of Copilot, two class of things. One class is, of course, rules and skills. But what was important is to make AI speak Credit Agricole lingo. So in our app, of course, like you can imagine, because many of you are also from enterprise environments, we have a lot of very our stuff. I would say, you know, like you look at the code and it happens only in our code base, because we have our own navigator like new. We also have our own navigator. We have our own design system components. We have our own way of translations, our own way of connecting with Figma, our own way of doing some special metadata comments, so that then we can do some specific tasks in the CI/CD pipelines. So a lot of stuff that are very Credit Agricole specific, and the model cannot know about it, because we just you know figure it out ourselves. Again, another thing is the API, right? Some specific API, some specific way of working with that API, some specific API client. We generate contracts from the API. We have to teach the AI the way that it's being generated, and so on and so on. Additionally, we wanted to use not the most expensive models. So not only Opus, because we thought that if it's so, maybe robotic is the wrong word, but if it's so predictable, because we have already predictable architecture, predictable documentation, predictable tooling. If it's so predictable for humans, maybe we can make it so predictable for AI that we can use mid-size models, cheaper models, with a great accuracy. So we started with these rules. As you can see, examples of them for you know qubits, for UI, for linting, for data layer, localization, even golden tests, because we have a large golden test coverage and unit test coverage, and how to map Figma to the specific component. But what's important here is that in Copilot, you can also make it a custom prompt. It's a tool that Copilot can actually ask you some questions and follow some workflow. So every time the developer in Credit Agricole takes some feature or screen, it has to use some specific ticket number from Jira that's also on Figma, and also connected to localization, so that you know all the systems are connected and you can track that this is connected to this feature and this screen. And you can make Copilot ask you about it. So every time you start a new feature, it will ask you about this specific Credit Agricole thing That's very, very nice because you can forget about it and it still will remember it. So it starts with asking, okay, which squad are you in, for example? Is it like an account squad or transfer squad? Okay, I know. So if you're in transfer squad, then this is your identifier. What's the ticket? Okay, I can see. Now I can connect to Jira. Now I can connect to Figma and so on. So that's also a very, very interesting thing that we learned about Copilot. And custom MCPs, custom tooling, of course, Marionette to close the loop, like we mentioned. Of course, Figma MCP, like Anton mentioned, and 1,5 and Lucas from Widgetbook. Figma MCP, of course, because we start by getting the context and screenshots from Figma. But then we realize that if we have 300 or more design system components, we cannot just let AI find it itself because it's too risky in terms of context. So we needed a way to literally like tell it this Figma component is this exact file, this exact Dart class. So we have our own design system MCP for the Crédit Agricole design system that can search constructors and widgets and map the Figma components from the Figma MCP to the exact implementations. And again, the same is with the API. We have all the contracts generated. So we have a custom MCP to let it know from the Jira ticket, from the description, it can navigate to the exact API endpoint that you might want to use in this specific feature. And of course, we wanted to measure something because it's so hard in AI world. So we tried. First, we tried using Copilot without the rules and without the MCPs. So you can see on the left, it generated something that looked pretty much similar. This is the funny part, that it actually, many times it can generate code that looks similar, but in terms of the UI, but when you look at it, it used a lot of material stuff. That's pretty much forbidden because Crédit Agricole is not based off material. It's its own self-contained design system. And it forgot about, using design system spacing, about the design system icons, about App Navigator, Crédit Agricole Navigator, about our specific routing, about our localizations, and so on and so on. And with rules and MCP, it was very much one shot. I know that it's everyone tells that, but it's really, really hitting. Very, very often it's hitting. Most of the times it's just hitting because it's predictable and all the stuff is very standardized. One more thing that was actually, we have also a Crédit Agricole CTO in here, and he asked us about, during this experiment, about the context. So how much of the context tokens are actually used, and we were amazed because thanks to using the MCPs that actually cut a lot of stuff so that AI doesn't navigate to that stuff and doesn't put that into the context, we observed that we had a whole screen, a whole feature, and we just used, in the Copilot, we just used, I think, 200,000 or something like that tokens. So we didn't have to compact the context during the features, which was very, very important for us. And after the experiment, during the experiment, we got 2 times faster, but it's hard to say, in the long run because it was just an experiment. But now we started pushing the workflow to all the developers in the main app, and also trying it out in another app. So we're gonna measure it, and we're gonna try some measurement strategies because it's also hard to do that to have some more information for you in the future. But what we already see about the speed is that standards held up, which is very cool in terms of reviewing and all the process. But also that onboarding is much easier because onboarding junior developers, they get a real boost because they can just focus on delivering business value. And what this unlocks, this is the third part. So the predictable architecture, the design system, this is something that's already been talked today. Even on the Google I/O talk about Flutter, they mentioned that for their generative UI, what was important was predictable design system and architecture. So I think we all got to the same point. So thanks to that, we could proceed with the agentic development. But then we thought, okay, we already have all the parts. We have all the MCPs, index design system, agentic stuff. We could actually try out some experiment with generating UI because why not? So I started it, and here's the demo. It's nothing official. It's actually something that I just did before the talk. So as you can see, here's the prompt. Like, I'd like to transfer 100 zlotys to my mom. And it actually generates, you'll see, a form. That's actually a form from Credit Agricole design system, and it's already, you know, filled with recipient name and how much money should I pay. Of course, it's without real data, because it was just to check the mobile app capabilities and all the MCPs that we have in the mobile app repository. But it's maybe it will open the doors for some more agentic experiences in the future. Who knows, right? Thank you very much. That was our journey. And now it's your turn to do yours. Right. And maybe we will talk again in the future to let you know how it went.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, the next talk is going to be about SAP or SAP. This time, I would like to welcome, for real, Jakub onto the stage. And he's going to tell us about how you can take something which is sometimes not so fun to integrate with, build an SDK to make it easier to integrate with SAP in Flutter apps, and also build great user experiences.
So, thank you. Hi, I'm Jakub. I'm normally head of backend at Linkcode, but today let's talk about Flutter and our little story with something that might not be commonly associated with Flutter, and it is SAP. I believe that most of you might have used SAP at one point in the professional journey. If not, SAP is this big ERP system that basically allows you to do every process inside of your company, whether it's HR, finances, accounting, supply chain management, warehouse management, and so on and so forth. It does everything for you. But let's start with a simple question. Why we did start with SAP, with SAP? Because as we all know, Flutter is proven in enterprises already. It is used in banking, as we've seen previously. It is used in automotive. It is used in healthcare. It is used in a different IoT kind of thingies. But there was one thing missing, and it was internal enterprise software, SAP software. So why was that? SAP is not really that much of a mobile software. It started as a desktop application. It is now somewhat moving to web applications, but there are more and more use cases where real mobile application would be useful, because the processes that people do, they still are done on mobile, and using web on mobile is not that good. But how our story with SAP started, because a couple of months back, one of our clients came to us and said that they have 50, 60 SAP mobile applications done in some technology. It doesn't matter which it is. And they needed to move to Flutter because they already use Flutter in their customer-facing apps, and they want to use it also for their internal applications. And we said, why not? Let's test how SAP works with Flutter. And here I don't want to tell you what we've really built, but I want to tell you the story, what we found out. Because normally with Flutter, you rely on great user experience, great UI. With SAP, it's also important, but there's also another thing that is very, 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 very crucial for it, is that people using SAP, people using SAP applications are used to the SAP interface. And it is like quite specific. And it's not a bad thing. Like, not every application needs to have all the fireworks. Sometimes you just want to see the data cleanly. You just want to see it very quickly. And SAP is designed for that. It has its own design system. It's called Fiori. And basically every application uses it. Not all of them, but most of them at least. But there is one big problem with Fiori that we found out. Fiori is basically web design system. It's optimized for bigger screens. It's optimized for desktops. It's optimized for like a lot of space that you can put information into, but it's not optimized for small screens. And it's a problem because you can't see things when you show it on the mobile. And SAP as a company really realized that. So they designed a variant of Fiori. It's the naming is not that great because they named it Fiori, but appended for Android and iOS. But they have it. It looks like Fiori, it works like Fiori, but it's optimized for mobile. So that's great. Problem solved. Unfortunately, it turned out that most of the mobile technology around SAP still uses the Fiori web design system. Even most of the SAP provided technologies rely on the Fiori web variant. And that's bad because you have bad UI, you have something that is not really usable by the people using the mobile applications. But it has a different drawback because in the end, it's a web application. It's a web application, responsive web application, but wrapped in a mobile app, and it has only a limited mobile capabilities. You can access camera, you can scan barcodes, but if you need some more extensive offline access, if you need to access some GPS, some other peripherals on mobile, it gets tricky. And we found out that most of the applications that the client wanted to use needed something like that. Maybe not everyone needed, every application needed GPS, but most of them needed barcode scanning. Some of them needed some offline storage and offline work. And people really demanded that. But with the web approach, it was not possible. So that was the moment when we realized that we can't really rely on what already exists. We need to build something else. So we need to build something that gives us the possibility to access the native app, not access the native capabilities, have great UX on mobile, and be basically cheap to build, because the current mobile ecosystem around SAP is built on low code. And low code, as you know, is great to start. There are a couple of approaches. One of them is basic drag and drop, and you can have an application done really quickly. But unfortunately, low code approaches scale quite poorly because when the app grows, it gets tricky to extend it. But nevertheless, that's something we need to tackle. We can't really go to a company that needs a SAP application, tell them that now you have to write custom code, custom application for your simple internal purposes, whether that would cost you 3 months of work, where previously you needed 3 days to have something ready. And of course, as you would expect, we already have a solution for that, and that's AI. But to make AI work, as you've already heard from the previous talks, you need a couple of building blocks. You have to have great contracts. You have to great architecture. You have to have all these things in place to make it really work. And last but not least, about the contracts, SAP speaks of data. I think some of you might have heard that. It's an old technology developed by Microsoft. Think GraphQL. I was really like thinking that it died a long time ago, but it turns out no, it lives on. And this is bread and butter for SAP applications. So we needed to, we also need to really support that well. And unfortunately, in the Flutter and Dart ecosystem, there are no OData clients because no one uses OData right now, apart from the SAP ecosystem. So we basically, that was another thing that we needed to build. So having the Fiori design system for mobile already done, already solved, although not used, knowing what the clients expect, knowing that they need to have the native capabilities, knowing that they need to build the apps quickly, and knowing that they need to integrate with SAP quite deeply, we basically went and created Flutter SDK for SAP. So we took the 3 main points and built a product that allows you to quickly build an application that you can deploy to your SAP ecosystem inside your company, that integrates with SAP well, that looks like SAP application, and that you can build it in Flutter and have access to all the native capabilities that you would need. Of course, underneath, we don't want to like reinvent the wheel. We don't want to force anyone to create some crazy infrastructure underneath. It still speaks normal SAP. We are able to adapt it to any basically SAP deployment, whether it's on BTP, whether it's the ECC old SAP, whether it's the S4HANA, the new one, we can do so. And we have, of course, approaches to like the reference architecture for both, for different kinds of deployments, but we can adapt it to the way that your company works. And for a short demo, I don't want to show you like too much because it would be probably boring, but we have this application. It doesn't matter what it does. It's about maintenance notifications. So whether you have something to repair, you report it in the application. Of course, the SDK provides all the necessary building blocks around authentication, code generation for the APIs. I set type contracts. You could see how the OData metadata look there. We have it solved. You can then get a normal Dart client. Of course, SAP APIs are one of a kind. They look special. But it's not a problem because AI can solve that. AI can manage to work with that. We have a basic app. What we want to build is basically add a screen to report the notification. We have a Figma generated for that. And as you can see, with a simple prompt, which is might be slightly more extensive than the one shown in the second session of the day, I believe, but it's still quite simple. You can push it to the AI. It will do its job. It will do the plan. It will find how the API works. It will connect with the Fiori design, of course. It will build you the application, as Mateusz said in the previous talk, in a way that works for a normal Flutter application that is consistent with the standards, consistent with the architecture, and then we can basically use it from the get-go, having maybe not so having an experience as a developer that is on par with the low-code one. So we basically do a one prompt and we can get the feature developed. And yeah, as you can see, it just works. Not really. That's something I didn't expect. Yeah, but basically, you can have the feature ready quite quickly, and this is an SDK. So no matter whether you're building a warehouse application with SAP, whether it's some field maintenance, some approval processes, some auditing, or any other enterprise workflow, the SAP fits, the SDK fits there. And basically, I know that probably most of you don't work with SAP, but if you know someone at your company that could benefit from it, give me a shout. I will be around. we can find a way to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakub. So I would now like to kick off the second discussion panel of today, which is going to be talking about how to actually make AI work in your organization for your particular projects, because as you could have seen throughout the talks today, it's not as simple as saying, build me an app, make no mistakes. So I would like to welcome onto the stage Łukasz Kosman, who's going to be leading this discussion panel, and then also Julivan, Tomasz, Krzysztof, and Mateusz.
Great. I'm really glad we can have the conversation about like what are the real pains behind using AI in the software development process. But firstly, before we start, you already know Mateusz, you already know Julivan. Probably Tomasz, if you can briefly introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Tomasz Czerwiński. I'm from Credit Agricole. You already seen several slides about organizational success of the Flutter app. I'm the manager of the several systems, client and customer, client and channels. So not only the web application is under my management, and then for the Flutter implementation, I was from the very beginning of this implementation together with the Flutter team. So thank you that you invited me on the talk. So this is my position.
Right. Tomasz was very brave enough in 2021 to make a decision to go for fully full Flutter with building the app from scratch. So paving the way for probably all of us here.
I was not the only one, but I was the one who
against
was
all odds,
pushing.
against big consultancy brands claiming otherwise, but that was Tomasz, right? And Krzysztof, if you can say a few words.
Hi, my name is Krzysztof. I work at Pinterest as a product manager. We are experimenting and building a few new apps, and we're looking into various technologies that could be used for that. I worked for 12 years at Google, where we used many different technologies to build many of the products. And yeah, I think it would be an interesting discussion to see what we all learned together at using AI and such technologies to build cool things.
Right. So thank you. So to start with, I want to ask you, since the AI is getting better every day, if we observe social media, we can get an impression that it will take over our jobs like tomorrow. But somehow it still cannot do that, right? So somehow we still see some problems when it comes to the adoption. So from your perspective, if we were to start about your impressions from 1 year ago, what were the core hypotheses about AI and adoption that you were wrong about? What are the biggest learnings and surprises that you've learned over the course of last 12 months?
Yeah, but for me, I think I felt for the famous clickbait that AI could deliver super fast code, and then therefore our cycle time will decrease a lot. But especially in big companies, not about that, because we can deliver faster code, but we still need to have a lot of alignment, and that's where AI cannot help us, not yet at least, because we need to have a lot of alignments. And how can we decrease the cycle time and without building a lot of technical debts, right? Because we are delivering more code, but how do we fix the debt that we are left behind if you are automating a lot of stuff at the same time?
Okay, from the perspective of manager, one thing which was not delivered, and frankly it was promised, that I will have many of developers waiting for the job because the AI is going to hire them. So it was not the thing, so it was not delivered. So as you know, we all have the same situation. We all need to have the developers. You said many in the loop or many around the loop. So this is something which is something different with it was promised and we were discussed. This is one element. The one element was what was surprising me, that the evolution was very, very fast, even faster than we expected. So it creates a situation that half a year ago we had a chance just to see that the new models are just increasing the effectiveness of these tools dramatically, and then there's several of other enterprise delivery teams are just pushing its own idea. So at the end of the day, we are having it's a various concept which seems to be very similar to each one, and currently we don't know what is the best concept. From that perspective, for us, it's just very hard just to choose what will be the best option for us. So I think that we are in the time that the models are getting better and better, more costly. But in fact, we don't know what is the best host that you put. And I have an idea that if we just choose wrongly, it will cost us much more that we expected 12 years ago, 12 months ago. And now it's very hard, especially in the very complicated environments like enterprise, just to make the appropriate decision. So this was the other one, which were something that I did not expect. Too much pace and too many concepts that we need to tackle.
I can just add from a perspective of the developer and the software agency. We try to standardize things, right? Like every dev would say, as a dev, you want to standardize. And what Tomasz said about the tempo was intimidating, I would say. I didn't expect, and nobody in our company expected the tempo of AI progress, and that we started, for example, we started standardizing for some model, because back in the days there was one model or two models, and then every month you have another model. Then you had rules, then you had skills, then you had harnesses. Now it's harness time. Everyone wants to have their own harness. Now some companies are saying, no, we just take open source models and reinforce learn it. And then we realized that the fundamentals are the most important. So you still need to just write good code. Just go back, because it's so hard. Someone told me from an AI company that do stuff that won't be deprecated when the model is better, in the future. And that's the only law I can actually go by in this time.
I think those are great points, and I think one thing that pops into my mind, and to all the things that you already mentioned, is that it's even more important to think. You talk about hypothesis and kind of like how we're going to be measuring and what works out, what doesn't work out. I think it's important to see, think not only what is the hypothesis, but how we're going to verify the hypothesis. And if we think about this, then we're going to come back with some metric. And then the question is what this metric will be. Are we optimizing for speed? If we're optimizing for speed, maybe that's not the best, because if you rush, then we tend to make more errors. If we slow down, I think I recently read on Pinterest from one of our VPs that she's thinking AI kind of increase the speed of us as a society. And sometimes it's about slowing down and about just making sure that we're building the right things. So hypothesis was, I think, that AI will kind of speed up things. It will reduce costs, but I don't think it will do neither of this in the very short term. It might be an investment, multiple year investment, but you have to get the foundation right. And yes, you can build generic things very quickly, but you will then see that they're generic. So it's like buying something from a big e-commerce platform and paying for it $2, or you can buy something which is handmade or there's some thought what it like put into it. AI is just is a tool. So hypothesis I think was that it's going to be a tool that's going to resolve everything. I don't think it's going to resolve everything. It's going to resolve things that we as humans put it like onto work for, right? And I think one thing that I see is like I have a feeling, at least that's a feeling, that's a hypothesis from my side, is that it might create a lot of anxiety in us as society because we think we're going to be obsolete. Like previously we had this FOMO, which is fear of missing out. Now we have the fear of being obsolete. And I see it on a daily basis, like even with my kids, that they're like all the time, like they don't even know what they should be learning right now. But I think we all going to like figure it out together at the end.
Right. And before we jump into the future and what the fears or hopes are regarding what comes next, you've touched on the very important thing, which is the measurement. And probably, to our audience, like raise the hand if you have like one good way to measure the AI adoption, one good metric that you use in your company. If there's anybody brave enough to name such a metric. I think this is very tricky, so I'll let that question think for a second, but probably redirect that question to our guest. Like, how can you measure whether your team actually adopted AI? What are the metrics that you consider important?
I can start. I don't think nobody has like the ultimate solution. First of all, here, I think we all kind of like have to collectively think about it. But one framework of thinking about it is to think about kind of like the input metrics and the output metrics. So always business will be thinking about the output metrics, which will be increasing revenue, cost saving, mainly those two, or like quality or brand perception could be another output metric. But I think with AI, what you can optimize is the input metrics. So efficiency, speed of testing a new experiment, speed of doing a prototype and testing like a go-to market and trying out with new users that previously we couldn't do, or you could like go and do some mock-ups. And now you can show to, when you do like user studies, you can show to the users actually build product within a week. This is incredible. So we can think about like in a way, what would be the input metrics that we could kind of like use in order to influence the output metrics, which are run typically by the business teams. And I think that's an interesting way of thinking about it. But yeah, I'll be interesting to hear what are your thoughts about this. And
yeah, like something this, I don't think anyone has this answer. I agree with you. Like this is really, really hard to measure because we are all learning right now, and if you know the answer, please let us know. We would love to know what the perfect metric is. But I think that we need to do some kind of experimentation. And now, right now, we have proxy metrics. For example, like what are the tools that the developers are using? Like they are using more Cloud Code, they are using Cursor. Which is the favorite tool for AI for the developers to use it, and also, how do we compare the ratio of shipped code against like the reviews of the PRs? Are the models doing these PRs correctly, or are the humans doing a lot of after these PRs are sent by the AI? So we don't have perfect metrics, but we have kind of proxy metrics right now.
What we are doing in Credit Agricole, you already seen, Piotr just presented that we're asking developers whether they like or not like the outcome of usage there. But this is not I would say, the metric that we are just expecting. This is the question to the developers. So from that perspective, we can assess whether they are just perceiving this tool and this assessment, this usage as something which is an improvement. We're also using the Blue Optima. I don't know whether someone from the audience using the Blue Optima. This is the tool for analyzing the effectiveness of the developer. So we are just at the starting position. We will probably have this kind of chance just to see whether the effectiveness measured before AI and after AI just changed in terms of the different metrics that are within the tool. And of course, the question about the effectiveness is growing, because before there was not a huge question, because we said, okay, it doesn't cost too much in order just to assess whether we need to go with a complicated process of the assessment. So let's make them the tool available. Currently, we observe that during the change of the method of the calculation of the tokens from Copilot, we observe that sometimes from 4 times more we need to pay, even to 10 times more. So the question about how you do measure the effectiveness is something which is vitally important in our organization, is growing right now. And this is one of the, I would say, situation which was not exact answering the first question. I know that cost will grow, but not in that perspective that it's the question how we are going to proceed with this. Next, I know that some organizations just getting back and saying, okay, maybe getting back to the idea just to having only senior developers is much more effective than relying on this very costly models. But we need to revise this approach.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with my colleagues, and especially with that we need to measure more like on the different layers, because it's not a one-dimensional thing. We tried to measure a lot of stuff, and there are some problems with those measurements. For example, we used Cursor for a long time in our company. Now we are using Cursor and Cloud Code, but the time we used Cursor a lot, we tried to measure things. You have a lot of analytics like acceptance rates, how many like lines of code are done by agents, and so on and so on. And we noticed that they can be also deceptive. For example, we had 2 devs, and one of them, for example, because of AI, they were doing twice as much features every day. But another person was also very efficient in AI, but they did just twice as faster the same feature to take more time for other stuff at work. So who is more efficient in AI? Like, they are both efficient in AI. Maybe even the second one is more efficient in AI. And from the statistics, it looked like the first one. So it's also very hard to take to take that numbers and actually reason from them. It's very dangerous. But I have to also confirm that right now the token efficiency is something that's crucial. We started some micro benchmark with Flutter. We did a micro benchmark with some Flutter task, UI task, to do some Flutter page in the app with different models. And for example, we observed the frontier models, like 3 frontier models. And one of the models was very expensive per token. Another one was very cheap per token. But the first one did 26 times less steps. So like it solved the task in a couple steps, and another one in almost 100 steps. And the overall cost of the task was actually higher for the cheaper model, because it had to, it couldn't make it right. It had to do a lot of things in the loop, also correct itself, couldn't make it right. And the very expensive one almost one-shotted it. So after that micro benchmark, we saw that, and it's getting even more confused, because now it's even harder to, like you mentioned, like assess which is the way on any level. So this is very hard, and I think that multi-level benchmarks, assessment surveys, like in Crédit Agricole, and that thing.
Right, great. Probably you have any follow-up questions to our guests regarding those measurements and how it could be calculated, Edward?
Yeah, I'm Edward. I'm working for Sennheiser, and I would like to pick up on something that Julian, I think, said in the beginning. You said something like you didn't see AI speed up the whole process as expected, because you still need someone to basically judge the quality of the changes. So the functional requirements you can test with tests, but how do you ensure that it's maintainable and scalable, whatever the AI produces? So do you have any idea how to remove this bottleneck while still keeping the quality of the generated code?
Yes, something that we are seeing is that it's really, really important for us to enhance the context all the time. Because for AI to be more predictable, we need to be very, very careful about the context and also the environment that the developers are using. So different environments give different outputs for the same inputs, as you know. And something that we are investing is more like, do we need a harness environment to try to equalize the knowledge and the context for all the developers? So this is the kind of thing that we are exploring right now.
Right. I believe this context optimization is an important part, like Mateusz and Piotr, you've shown in the previous presentation that it can definitely help to avoid token maxing strategies and traps that are there. And it also feels like different metrics apply to different stages of AI adoption, right? Because you look at the very different things when you just start to evangelize among your team that we should start using Flutter AI in your Flutter teams. And then when you're still thinking, as Tomasz, you've mentioned about actually optimization, right? So we already have this AI adoption, and then we want to make sure that we have also costs under control, so that to care about that side. But speaking about the teams and the way the teams adapt, do you also observe that there are different paces between different team members? Do you still see some reluctancy among developers, among engineers to adopt AI? And do you see any imbalances between like early adopters and leaders who'd love to vibe code their like next full app starting tomorrow, and between those who are still resilient, let's say, and still have their fair doubts about, you know, what guardrails should we use firstly in place, etc. How do you manage those different those different levels of appetite for AI among your teams, so that you still manage to keep those early adopters innovative while not pushing too hard for AI to lose those team members who are with you for longer, but probably are not super cheerful about widespread AI adoption? So from the team management perspective.
In my experience, what I'm seeing is like junior engineers tend to adopt AI more easily, because it accelerates the knowledge, right? So they can learn faster, and this is good for them because they can onboard faster, like in different contexts, for example. And more senior engineers tend to be more skeptical about AI, but I don't think they are afraid. It's more like they know the side effects, right? They know what a bad code can cause in production. So now what I think that we need to take care is kind of, how do we keep junior engineers evolving while the senior engineers is not only gatekeepers, they are actually continue to contribute with the code base, with the features and etc. So something that I believe that it's important right now is like keep whiteboard sessions led by those more senior engineers, pair programming, etc. So this is something that I think this needs to be more strong on the workflow of the teams.
I do agree with that. I would like just to add something which is very specific maybe to the big organization and like a Credit Agricole, we have not only Flutter development and Flutter technology, we have the other one. Some of them are very legacy systems implementation. So we observe that there is a different adoptions in terms of the technology. Of course, the seniority is also taking the important role in terms of the adoption. But one thing which is very important, we observe that if we are talking about the front-end development, so I mean that there is a end of the architecture. I mean that this is the output of the architecture. It's much easier just to implement and adopt this solution because you're not very reliable. You don't need to rely on others, so you are not very independent. But if you're having the fully developed over 20 years software development lifecycle and product development lifecycle with the artifacts that are very important, and you just named all the roles that deliver something. At the end of the day, you just realize that you have one options. Are they just to let, like in Flutter, just to say that they are just improving their own area, or you're just thinking about the redesigning the development lifecycle? What we have in terms of the challenge, we can say that keeping in mind all the artifacts that are in development lifecycle, we are just creating them with the AI adoption, with the AI agents. But at the end of the day, there is a question: who is really needing those artifacts, those documents that are just created for another human? Who's getting those documents and transforming into the human? So if you're having the agent, AI agent, there is a question whether your software development lifecycle with all the artifacts are still valid. So what we are just struggling right now is we are just thinking that our next evolution is not about the changing the tooling, but in fact the process that has been developed like 20 years ago. So this is why we are just a little bit at the level of holding the horses, just to thinking over all the process, all the steps, and then we will probably introduce our in a new feature, in a new element.
I really like that. And also on top of that, like the life cycle, but also like this is the for me, this is the real revolution, not the code, but the all the other stuff beyond code. For example, people. What I observed in my team, and maybe you will agree with me that not every great programmer is a great prompter. I mean, it's kind of a reset, I would say, in that terms. I saw many, like you mentioned junior people, like that they can be awesome prompters, right? And they might be much better in prompting than someone that knows everything about the system already, knows everything about the bank, everything about the code, each line of code they already seen, yeah. And this is something that, like, from, I don't know, recruitment perspective or just managing people, that's a very important thing. And I saw that, and I think tinkerers, this is a group of people, I would say, that are doing the best. If no matter if they are junior or senior, like smart tinkering people will be like, the tinkerers will be there, like the savvies, the people that want to experiment with that. We've seen, like, even in the community, like, of the like legendary programmers, I would say, there's, for example, Steve Yegi. That was very, very popular programmer, and he's like 60 years old right now. And he said that, like, for him, vibe coding is like the best thing he discovered. And it's like, and he managed to create a lot of AI tooling, and it's still doing that. So it's just something that is just new, and someone can be just so great about it, and someone can be it can be so hard for some great developer to be great in AI. So that's also something that's gonna be important, like, to match people and how to grow teams and their expertise and so on. and then it's going to be a challenge as well, I think.
I think those are very interesting thoughts. I was always kind of thinking that we, at the end, need to focus on building things together and about diversity. So I think, I don't know if much changes. The tooling changes, right? Previously we had IDEs, like we could be using some automated, like we didn't start to code everything typically in a notepad, although sometimes we did, right? Where we were studying. But then there's a new tooling and the tooling doesn't change. I think what is important is that also people evolve with the technology and that we don't put our own biases into new tools that exist that are maybe free of those if we try to like keep our mind more open and be open for diversity, because I think it's important that we need all each other to build something cool that others can use. We need, like, nobody can build things in isolation. I mean, even geniuses don't do like things in isolation. They typically work in a team. I think even when they were constructing the during the Second World War, the atom bomb, there was not one person, there was a whole team that was doing this. And I think this is important when it comes to people management, is just to see the potential and the talent in each of us individuals, and let this talent shine on its own. Yeah, I think that, I don't know if AI changes anything in that, but I might be wrong.
Right. I'm really glad to see that, that currently, despite early predictions, like there's still room for junior people, right, who can enter the companies with their open minds, and probably that's what has surfaced here, and I really like that opinion. And I also really like the opinion that, Tomasz, as you've shared, that probably this could be for all of us, that the Flutter should be as a front-end technology somehow in the front run of the AI adoption, right? So because we are on the rightmost side and nothing else depends on the front end here. So that gives us a lot of freedom to experiment, and that gives us a lot of freedom to innovate with the new tools, new approaches towards AI adoption. So I hope you will also share your thoughts on that with us. We probably have the room for one last question, if there is any from the audience. Yes, please, in the end. Mari, if you could.
My name is Alex. I'm a staff engineer in Pasha-Pay, Azerbaijan. So many companies now are cutting jobs and investing heavily in AI to improve efficiency. And there is an opinion that this trend is a strategic mistake, and some companies are sacrificing long-term growth, innovation, and expertise for short-term gains. What do you think of this?
I know you have something urgent to say. That is why I know I thought you have something urgent to say. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question, right? I think there's a lot of this kind of anxiety that exists. That's true, but the question is, I mean, the generations of our parents, haven't they thought exactly the same? I don't know, but maybe they did. And yes, there might be waves that are coming through the industries, right? Like there's a wave where maybe some of the big tech companies hired too much people during the COVID times because we didn't know what's going to be happening. Everybody thought we're going to be closed in our house for the next 10 years or 20 years. So maybe they did hire too many people. Maybe, I don't know. That's a hypothesis. And maybe there needs to be sometimes like a market correction, to solve for that. But I don't think there is like any existential threat. I think like if you hire good people with various backgrounds and various skills, I think this is something that you always need as a company. Yeah, the tooling will change, technology will change. There will be a new framework, there will be a new version of Flutter. We all have to learn every day, and maybe it makes us a little bit more to think that, yes, we were talking previously about metrics. I don't think it's about like a metric now of like measuring an individual like with a KPI on one day. We start to go sometimes from like more time management to energy management. So maybe there is a bright future where we have more time for ourselves. We can read more, we can maybe relax more, do some other things that we don't have typically time to do because we're running and chasing for something and like always on a project. So I'm personally not scared that it's going into some like doomy, gloomy like direction, but obviously like nobody knows where it's going to be. We're all in this adventure together, and we all like are here to shape the future of how it's going to look like, and it all depends on us. But it's a great question. So I don't know if I'd answer it, and sorry, I didn't want to like go first.
To slightly rephrase it to make it short, a little bit shorter, do you expect to hire or fire due to AI?
Neither hire nor fire. I just want to add one element. I believe that I do agree with you and what you said. I do believe that we are just in the area that maybe AI will force us also just to be much more not only concentrated on very specific tasks. We will come back to the situation that you are just managing from the analysis to the testing, because you are just managing the agents. So you understand that the full, and you are just having the power and then you feel that this is your product from end to end. So I think that it will create the situation that will have, I would say, the wide capabilities, wider capabilities than we have. So less specialty. So it will support also this idea of the agile teams with working together with the mixture of the. So this is, I would say, if you are just possessing some talents from the market, you're believing that if there is a new chance, the adoption is together with those people, so they will adopt. So we are not thinking about firing it, hiring it. We are just thinking about being much more effective, because the backlog of the things that are going to be done is very long. So.
All right, thank you very much. So I hope that you got inspired thanks to the lessons learned from our guests, and I strongly encourage you to challenge all our speakers and panelists here in the networking sessions during the breaks, and by asking them, what's how the future is going to look like. Because we all can speculate about that, and we will see where the AI will take us. Right now, a little bit. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking part here in our discussion. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to have a lunch break. You can get lunch downstairs. It's going to be in the form of a buffet. So make sure to stop by there, downstairs. And we're going to see each other at 2:20. See ya. Hello and welcome back after the break. We are going to be beginning this part of this event with a fireside chat. So I would like to invite Łukasz and Michael onto the scene. They're going to talk about Flutter, the future, what's in there for us in the future, what's in there when it comes to especially enterprise environments. And then you will also have space for your own questions.
Right, hello and welcome again. So we are coming back with another strong point on the agenda after the break. So I hope you had a good time during the lunch. So today I'm with Michael Thompson. Michael, it's great to have you here at Warsaw at the Flutter Tech Summit.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you for making it to Warsaw. And we're going to talk about the Flutter, however, from slightly broader perspective. So we've heard today a lot of like case studies, specific ideas, lightning talks about, how can we excel with Flutter. But we also should remember that the AI is the topic of this year's session. And what I would like to start our discussion with, Michael, is by asking you to what extent it would be still relevant in foreseeable future, whatever foreseeable means these days, that the underlying framework in which we build our digital products is still relevant. Will we care at all in 2 years if it's still Flutter or anything else?
Yes, one of life's big questions right now. The short answer is I think it still matters, and I have no plans on retiring the next few years. I suspect you want the slightly longer version of that answer, right?
Right. If you could elaborate,
yeah. So like to cue it up, right? The theories I'm hearing out there is why do you need multiplat when you have agents, right? Like you can just utter out your requirements and the agents will go in the background and take care of it and produce everything you need, right? I think that type of reasoning is very dangerous and very reductive, right? Like because you can ask a question about everything, like why do you need frameworks? Why do you need programming languages? Just have the agents produce like binaries. Why do you need operating systems? They can just produce the environment too, right? Like why do you need anything in that kind of world? So I think we need to have a much more almost academic and like reasonable conversation about what these things are. And I think there are a number of key benefits, not just neutral things, but key benefits to multi-platform. And I think even more so to the type of multi-platform that we together have built with Flutter. I think the first one is becoming, the first reason is becoming very apparent right now. Tokens are not free, right? Like they were for a little bit. And now very quickly, they are very much not free. And it's just very token inefficient to have these agents, even if they could like go off and create all these abstractions. It is much more token efficient to use something like Flutter. The agent is driving one shared source code base. And from that, you can produce all the artifacts you need for all the platforms that your customers care about, right? It is a much more rational way of consuming your tokens. And I think that is becoming very clear to everyone that abstractions still matter. They actually matter a lot more than we thought they did. So I think that's number one, right? Tokens and abstractions matter, and they matter a lot. The second thing is an old-time benefit that I think we should have all internalized because it was always one of the key values of Flutter. And I think it's the extremely high degree of consistency we give across platforms. This is not just a benefit to developers. It's a huge benefit to everyone involved in the app lifecycle, right? Like product managers like myself, it's like one set of requirements you maintain instead of n sets, right? It's your marketing teams, it's one set of functionality that you go to market with. It's your support teams, it's one set of support things that you go out and support. Like you no longer have to like pre-queue up any conversation with on platform X and then something, right? It's just in our experience, in our app, like this is what things are. So this consistency that we always had and always hugely benefited from is huge in AI because there's still no perfect AI, right? We are talking about getting to maybe human grade, we are talking about superhuman grade, but even those grades imply that sometimes mistakes happen. And if you don't have a single source multi-platform abstraction, and now you have agents making mistakes, it means you drift, right? And you're not going to drift in the same way on all platforms. You're going to drift in one way on iOS, and a different way on Android, and a different way on the desktops and on the web. And it's now on you to kind of try and bring everything in together and get back to that consistency that you still need for your customers, right? And it's just not worth it. I think it's a huge benefit to work from a single source base. And then you worry about like the issues that you may get and you catch the errors in that one set of sources and your customers still get consistency. So that's number two. Number three, we actually talked about quite a bit through some of the sessions today. It's just the whole notion of guardrails and making it easier for agents. Flutter is a very declarative model. We have a very strongly typed programming language. We have things like MCP, so we can connect the agents and give them a live feed of what's going on. It just makes it so much easier for the agents to stay on the tracks, right? Because they're very good at like filling out like these mathematical models, right? So if you give them something highly typed, like highly declarative, it's so much easier for them to live in that world. And if you then give them strong feedback and you really tell them what's broken when something is broken, it's so much easier for them to correct. So like the strong typing there, like in data is actually really important and not less important now because you don't have humans. It may actually even be more important. So that's number three. And then there's a fourth, like smaller one, but that I hugely enjoy myself, which is I really love vibe coding without reload. Because I get to see what's happening as it's happening, right? It's just so nice to sit there and see all the adjustments and follow along in the UI. So we've been, I think our DevRel team coined that Agentic hot reload as a little marketing thing, right? But it's just good old hot reload. It's just nice to see things as you're pacing along. So yes, no surprise. I still think there's a high degree of relevancy with AI, and perhaps more so. not less so.
Right, indeed. Before I move forward, because I really like this, what you have mentioned about the risk of drifting between separate products, separate platforms, if somebody is not following the cross-platform strategy, not using those benefits. I think this is very relevant. But before I move on, I'd like just to mention that some of the questions that we are discussing today with Michael have been submitted by our dear participants here. So if you are following the emails coming from us before the event, you could have a chance to submit them. And that particular risk of frameworks becoming irrelevant in the AI era was coming from Bernard Gomez from Apinio. So yes, thank you, Bernard, for that question. And if you have any follow-up question to what we are discussing, I mean, I don't want to make that discussion very private between us, like we are sitting in front of you. So feel free to ask a follow-up question if you feel like you would like probably not myself but Michael to elaborate on certain topics that we are having here. So I strongly invite you to help me to run this chat, and so that we can get all the answers that we can probably receive today. Bernard, was your question answered? Yes. Okay, great. So moving forward, indeed about this drift, right? So you've mentioned, so if we assume that the framework that's underneath, that on the top of which the agents are working hard to create the great new applications is still relevant, we still have this competitive landscape, right? And many years ago, not many years ago, but 2 years ago, I've heard that, for example, React Native is sunsetting. Then there was the whole rumor about KMP going into the stage. Right now, again, we observe on the market that React Native, due to the fact that a lot of models have been trained based on JS as a widely available technology, is now back to the equation, so to say. Among those different frameworks that are cross-platform, because indeed it is so much easier to use the cross-platform technology, regardless which, because you stay consistent between all your platforms, and there is no you avoid this drift that you've mentioned before. So between those different solutions, like what are in the era of AI, those key elements that make Flutter shine the most among peers, and why do you think this is like AI-ready framework, and why it can be favored by the models, and so that agents would actually like to work with Flutter?
Yep, a few things come to mind. I'm not an AI expert, but I talk to a lot of people that are. I don't think we have a training data problem. Like I think there's plenty of training data for just about most things. I've been experimenting myself with building even something like Jasper websites using agents, which there's very, very little data for out there compared to something like Flutter. And the agent seems to do a pretty good job even on Jasper, right? You should try it. It's actually quite amazing how quickly they pick it up. And I think it goes back to the artifacts and the typing, and just there's something that can go reason about those agents and make sense of, and that helps them build an understanding pretty quickly. And I think this is a key differentiator between React Native and Flutter. Not so much the frameworks, but to some extent too. But the languages again, like I really think typing is having a resurgence here. And it's interesting because we always thought about typing as being an extra cost the developer would pay, right? Like Dart code is slightly more verbose because you have to deal with types. Agents don't care, right? Like whether they need to write like 3 lines of code or 4 lines of code, it makes no difference, right? But it makes a ton of difference that again, there's something to reason about. So I think like typing is having a comeback here, and I think the typed languages will have an easier role in the future than the untyped languages. So that's one thing. I think the other thing I'm starting to see, it'll take a bit longer, is that as it gets easier and more economical to create more types of experiences, I think we're starting to see more platforms to come alive. There seems to be, for example, some kind of resurgence around embedded again, and more experiences going embedded. And that's an area I'm super enthusiastic about myself. And I think there's a key benefit to Flutter here in this setup, which is we don't rely on wrapping a native layer that's already there. We come with the layers, right? Which means in some of these less established platforms like embedded, like on those, there isn't much to wrap, right? Because they're pretty thin platforms, and we can just come in and we can bring up the embedder, and then all our layers come to life, right? So with just a little bit of bring up, we can bring a full stack to something like embedded. And I think if we end up with this explosion of experiences and screens and stuff that I think will happen with AI, that's going to be like a huge value add in the Flutter setup. The fact that we can just bring the whole stack.
Going far beyond just the typical target platforms for it. We've recently seen the case with Toyota, right, doing exactly that thing. We've recently seen the case from LG. That is also, they are also with their team in South Korea, moving to Flutter. So the coverage for the new platforms is growing, right?
Yeah. Universal was a story we talked about a lot last year, right? Like they started with mobile, and then all the screens in the parks, and restaurant experiences, and like the whole thing is just like one big Flutter experience.
Right, and also among those features that are, so to say, expected with the arrival of AI within the frameworks is the ability to create this very interactive interface, right? So
yes.
How is that positioned on the roadmap?
Yeah, we didn't even talk about that yet. Yes, there's a lot of layers here. Generative UI is the term, so GenUI we've used so far, right? So it's this idea that once you have generative models, why not try and look for parts of the experience that you actually put in the hands of the agents? And you basically dynamically at runtime allow the agents to go and drive parts of the UI. This is something that I think is hugely promising. There's also a ton of questions, right? Like, how do you do it in a reasonable way, in a safe way? We have answers to some of those things. For example, one of the initial concerns was over very low-level things like design consistency. So we built a framework around like having catalogs of components and making sure that the agents know how to stay within like the styling guidelines and so on. But there's a whole bunch of questions in this area. But I think what AI is giving us the ability to go do is kind of question some of the existing stale experiences and think about how can we vary some of these at runtime. So I think a very big, very exciting field that we're kind of pushing on and trying to understand. But that I would invite you all in to also think about like how do we do this in a fun way. We have a couple of things out there. We have a generative UI SDK you can go find that we're experimenting with. But I think the second thing worth mentioning that perhaps fewer of you are aware of is that inside that SDK is also a framework called E2UI. So agents to UI, E2UI.org. That's a whole separate framework that is actually that the Flutter team at Google has a big stake in maintaining. And it's even more general than the GenUI stuff we've worked on. So it's multi-framework. So there are renderers for just about any framework out there in the world, not just mobile, but also web frameworks and whatnot. So if you wanted to try and experiment with some amount of generative UI, even beyond Flutter or on Flutter on some platforms and not Flutter on others, that's maybe another thing to go look at. So E2UI.
Right, thank you. And the original question was coming from Sharmali Patel. I don't know if Sharmali is here with us. Yes, so thank you. So it was like those questions about competitiveness of Flutter against other frameworks was inspired by your original question. So thank you for that. If there are any necessary follow-ups, don't hesitate. Yes, we've got one. Just a second. We need to have a mic so that it's probably audible for our audience, also online.
Hello. My question is like you mentioned about that you kind of considering Flutter being embedded, but even now, well, Flutter memory footprint quite big for embedded. Does it mean that current team targeting less, memory footprint in the future, so it can be, fit in some less capable hardware, right? So.
Yeah, that's a great question. It turns out actually memory pressure is actually a little bit of an industry-wide concern right now, because there are memory pressures all across the board in terms of making sure we all have memory enough for all these new things we'd like to do. So we are always pushing on memory consumption. That being said, there are two kind of classes of embedded devices, right? There are the small battery-powered ones that you stick on a wall somewhere and they don't do much. And that's not really a class of devices like we're super well suited for. We actually tried that 10 years ago. We had a project called Artino where we tried to move Dart to those, but it turns out it's a very hard problem. Then there are the more fully powered devices that tend to get plugged into a wall or something, and they're embedded systems, but they're a bit more capable. And we can certainly run on those, even though they often have quite a bit less memory than mobile devices. So I think we can play on those, but yes, there are more optimizations we need to do and are continuing to do. Memory pressure is a constant concern.
Right, but correct me if I'm wrong, but LG case is the one that's showing that they can actually handle that problem pretty efficiently, right? And still going like the full Flutter in their tech strategy. Right, good. Any other questions? No, then we can move forward. So my next question, it's slightly from organizational perspective, because the Flutter has moved under the GCP in the cloud, Google Cloud Management. So what kind of implications does it have for Flutter, for a framework? Like what kind of changes does it introduce so that we should know of?
The short answer is not really much. Like we're a big company. I had to look it up myself. How many employees do you think Google has?
I would say 200.
190,000. Like I had to go look it up. That is 10 times more than the city I grew up in, right? So it's it's a pretty big place. I also grew up in a small city, but that's a different story for a different day. It's a big company. Like companies this size, like internal reorgs are a constant thing. They don't actually necessarily imply anything about any particular project. So it is true that we recently got moved from like one VP to another. That's happened at least I think 6 or 7 times in my career. So it's a pretty freaking thing. There's a reason though, a meaningful reason in this case. We got put together with a bunch of other open source teams. There's a significant amount of open source teams across the cloud, actually. Some examples are like Kubernetes or TensorFlow and a few other projects. So there's actually a lot of teams that are working with open source that we get to be closer with. And now we also got the open source governance team as a sister team of ours. So that's really the main motivation. And it's not a new thing for us to collaborate with the cloud team. The longest standing internal partner for us that I think you're all aware of internally is Firebase. Like we've worked with Firebase, I think, for 9 years now. They're also on cloud and also sit next to us, right? So it's just a very natural evolution for what we do. I don't know if this is implied in the question, right? Like, but we have no plans of, this doesn't mean we're gonna go put like, a billing account on Flutter or like make it part of that be a requirement, right? Like Flutter is still Flutter, we're still an open source project. We'll probably build out a few more integrations. That's actually already underway. Hopefully you all heard recently, for example, we're pushing on cloud functions for Dart. I would love to kind of both build out and support the wider initiatives around like full stack Dart. I think that would be a huge benefit to all of us. And we don't need to own that whole space at all, right? I just want to do some foundational work in that space, and we've been doing that for years. And we'll do a bit more there, right? But it's a space that I think there's room for many people to operate in, and a space I'm super enthusiastic about. I think Dart has actually run on the server for quite a while in various internal projects. And something like Pub, for example, runs 100% like on a Dart-based stack with a bunch of components from cloud thrown on top of it, right? So it's something we do ourselves all the time.
Right. I mean, there's nothing wrong that you probably can, support GCP better in any way, right? And that, you look for some natural integrations between different solutions that are under the same umbrella, right? So, and yes, we remember very well the times when the Firebase was like the strategic partner with even the Flutter Firebase Festival in Prague that happened some time ago, that we also were the proud sponsors of. Right, and honestly, I also like the move that GCP is like, from the perspective of the audience that we're having here, probably slightly more mature solution from the perspective of choosing it as a infrastructure for your project, right? So this move is certainly also better from the perspective of enterprise audience, right? Good. And what I would like to get back to are those is the roadmap for Flutter. And another important item on the roadmap, it was already mentioned earlier that I want to hear better your perspective on the coupling of Material and Cupertino from Flutter. We have a lot of teams here that already have invested a lot in their design systems to make it very efficient to build very white label applications, to enable their teams to use better AI. As the agenda for this conference has been structured, we consider design system as a very important prerequisite for further agentic workflows that could be added to Flutter. So taking all of that into account, and because you already mentioned that is going to happen, right? So what new superpowers will that give to the teams that are using Flutter, and what kind of impact will that have on those teams?
It's hard to assess the full impact, because I view this as the beginning of a journey, and we'll see where that journey takes us. But my vision for that journey is for Flutter to be even more open and even more community powered. And let's try and talk through that through some examples, right? So we already talked about design systems earlier, right? So the goals are to get that out in some units that are easier to manage, easier to contribute to, but also, I mean, to put our design systems on an equal footing with all the other design systems, right? Like, I would love to get to a place where there are many supported design systems for Flutter. And I mean, there's a whole bunch of ones out there now, but I think we need to get to more of an equal footing where it's not like Material versus the rest, right? Like, where there's truly a thriving ecosystem of design systems. So that's the part we talked about already. The part we didn't talk about is we're also having some pretty extensive discussions around pluggability in terms of target platforms, right? So those of you that have kind of tracked the journey of Flutter is, every time we had like a big event, we would like add a platform, right? Like we started with a 2, and then we got to 3, and then we got to 6, and then we kind of got stuck, right? Because it turns out it's actually very
nothing new to announce, right?
Yeah, so I'm not going to announce one more. I'm going to announce like N, where N is what you want it to be, right? Because that's the place I want to get to. I want to design Flutter in such a way that the Flutter core team can focus on the core, and then the community can focus on everything around it. But I want to do it in a way where this doesn't make it any worse for the app developers, right? I don't want to degrade the core experience of an app developer. So the way you do that is to have some means of controlled extensibility. And we're trying to design those extensibility APIs there. And it really is like everything from, right, like how do you bring up new embedders to how does something like the Flutter tool, like when you type Flutter create, like how can the thing after create be something that we don't control? It could be something, maybe a package on pub. And you could do something like Flutter create tvOS, some tag, something, right? And now you're creating an app that's running against a target that wasn't actually designed by someone sitting inside the core, right? So it really becomes this very extensible architecture. So we can get away from discussing what's the one next platform to what is the full set of platforms that anybody needs, and how can anyone go create support for those. We've been calling this Flutter everywhere internally, and that really is the dream, right? That Flutter can power an experience everywhere, and without someone needing to go, having to change like a few lines of code that lives in a repo that only we can change, right? So that's the dream behind pluggable platforms. We're just designing this now. If you happen to have done work for like your own platform, I'd love to talk to you and put you in contact with the team members that are trying to plan this out. So like hunt me down and come talk to me. But we are aware there are actually a bunch of platforms out there that various community team members and GDEs and others have created. So we're going to go look at those too. And again, this is the beginning of a journey. So there's no like tight deadline here. We will evolve as we go. So like component number one, well, like changes to the design systems. Component number two is a different approach to target platforms. And then sort of the next layer and perhaps overarching layer is rethinking how we do what we call governance, which is how we think about the open source project. Because I think once we get to a place where these things get on more of an equal footing, we can also start to kind of erase that line between like what's been called like the Flutter team at Google versus everyone else, right? Like I want that line to go away. I want it to be much more about like all of us, right? And we are taking some very concrete steps. We announced our partnership with Canonical as one very concrete example of what I have in mind, right? Like Dave stepped up, they indicated an interest in investing and taking responsibility. And we were very happy to see some control in that case, right? So they are now doing the primary governance of the desktop platforms because they have shown an interest and demonstrated a care for doing that, right? I would love to do much more of that, right? I think it's the way we can all move forward and really put Flutter everywhere.
Right. Reaching out to our audience, I remember was it 2 years ago when Eric, you were making your keynote saying that if anywhere there's a GPU and CPU, the Flutter should shine, right? So yes, so that's the very similar dream. And since I've already mentioned Eric, Eric is sitting here at the audience, decided to, he identified the friction with code push. We at Linko, we have also identified a couple of other frictions like end-to-end testing. Today we've presented the idea of the Flutter Go that also is inspired by other technologies that is currently being enabled by recent changes in the Flutter framework. What do you see as a friction right now? What are the major, what still causes a friction, I would say, and where do you still see some things that probably you might have, from the time perspective, could have been done slightly differently, or we still see some gaps that probably are not for you as a Google team to solve, but as for example you've mentioned with the desktop support, you simply introduced partners in the partnership to delegate the governance over certain parts. What are other frictions you can see?
I think the biggest friction is just I would love for us to move faster than we can, right? But it's very hard to move fast, it turns out, if you don't want to be reckless at least. So we are trying, whenever we hit internal friction and it goes too slow, we try and figure out why we're going so slow. And it often turns out that it's something like the design systems example, right? It's that we're doing too much or we're constraining a problem too much. In the design systems case, the constraint was that we couldn't really make changes without that turning into pain for each and every customer, right? It's a terrible constraint to have. I as a product manager, though, I'm very impatient, right? I wish, I wish the moment we get these insights, we would like flick our fingers and the next day the solution would be there. But it turns out it takes a long time to drive these changes, right? So I think we started talking about the design system changes at least 6 months ago, right? And we just announced now that we throw stuff in the framework, and then in the next release, we will put out the packages. And now we're having internal conversations about when do we then remove the stuff from the framework, right? And it's like, I want to go faster. I really want to go faster. But I also want to be respectful, because sometimes when we go too fast, we get told by you lot that, we're breaking things too much. So this is actually an area I invite feedback on. Like, let us know when we're going too fast, let us know when we're going too slow. It's a very delicate balance, and it's hard, right? Because I don't have the everyday insight into all the apps that you're all working on. So it's what may seem obvious from your point of view is not obvious if you're seeing it from the other side, right? So I think this is an area of friction around, like, what's the right speed to move at for each of like the big public sets of APIs we have. Like, that's one thing. I think a second area of friction is still around, right? Like, if you just do UI, like if you could only do UIs that didn't do anything, it'd be very easy, right? Because UI code is very abstracted, and there's very few platform variances, and we, mostly abstract them away, right? Like, so if you only have to do UI, it would be very easy. It turns out, though, most apps need to do something when you push a button, right? And that's not as easy as I wish it would be. It's still hard to get to native APIs. We've tried a couple of attempts at this. We did platform channels. Now we're doing direct native interop. And I think direct native interop is moving along, getting a lot better, but again, not quite at the speed I wanted to. But hopefully in the next few months, we'll have that mostly wrapped up and we can start to think about how to use that more, right? But I think there's still too much friction when you need to do platform-specific things. And I wish we could do more to eradicate some of that.
Okay, great. So again, the question to our audience, if you have anything to add, oh yes, we've got there in the end, Mate, if you can help. And think about other questions. This is not always a chance to meet Michael on the stage, asking, answering whatever you throw here at us.
Hi,
Please.
I'm Narendra. I'm an engineering manager from Eon Next. My question about to Google or for Flutter, are we gonna have anything for a roadmap for wearables, especially the watch OS? The widgets or the UIs are not compatible, or do you have any plans for it?
I really hope that what I was talking about before would be the solution to that, right? Like, I hope that I don't have to be on the critical path for that. Because there's too many platforms for me to be on the hot path, right? So I hope I can turn that into a community problem of how do we all add support for all the various wearable platforms, because there are many, right? I mean, there are many even just within Google, but more broadly in the world, there are many, right? So I'm hoping I can create a platform that allows us together as a community to support all of them. But I need help, right? Like, I cannot do it all. It's just physically. And it's not even a hiring problem. Even if I had infinite headcount, I don't think I would want to be on the bottleneck for that, because it's just, it's too much to put in like one layer.
Right. Any other questions?
It seems like currently Flutter team focus heavily on AI, but what about some issues that's standing like in the GitHub issues for ages and which seems kind of fundamental? And good example here is keyboard junk animations on Android or like iOS. Why is it so hard to implement, even though like some other frameworks tackle this problem? Thank you.
I don't know that specific issue, so I can't speak to that specific issue, but I can speak about this in general. We focus a lot of our time on fundamentals still. I mean, we really do. It may not always be visible, but there's a significant piece of the team that doesn't do like fancy VNext type of work or anything, but just the foundational stuff. The problem is it's such a wide surface, right? And it's actually where some of the inspiration for the platform work came from. Because if we had to maintain all 6 platforms and you think about all the like specific issues like this, it's just you do like this and the team's gone, right? Like, so that's one of the reasons why we're trying to find different ways of scaling by having us focus on less, so we can get to the bottom of those issues. But that is still like we still look at foundational issues. I will admit there are probably issues that get lost in the tracker now and then because there's a lot of issues. There's actually an area we're trying to see if we can apply more AI to help us find some more signal in the noise, honestly. So I don't know if it's an answer to your specific question or not, right? But we still care. We still try and resolve the most prominent low-level issues, and we will continue to do that.
All right, probably one last question.
Okay, Mehmet Ali. I'm happy that you mentioned about tvOS. Great. My question is related to that. For the Flutter tool, for the Flutter CLI, those platforms such as tvOS, we need to add a wrapper to our Flutter CLI. So here in Flutter tool, you said like a community can build more platform. To bringing more platform, in the Flutter tool, those platforms are actually hard-coded. Yeah. So we had to, for example, behave in our platform like iOS because it's the closest to ours, and also for other many things we had to use workarounds to handle plugins or I don't know assets or FFI compiled things. So for that, are you planning to in the Flutter roadmap? Are you planning to make it better, maybe, or improve the API for the embedders, other platforms in the tool, maybe more flexible? Are you planning to do it on Flutter tool, official one?
Absolutely. That is the work I'm describing when I talk about pluggability and extensibility. It's to try and solve maybe not all those issues, but the most important ones, right? And they're exactly the things you mentioned now. Like you look at the platform API, it has 6 or maybe 7 actually for historical reasons. Like is XXX get us on it? It should be extensible. The template should be extensible. The plugin system, we should find ways of making that more extensible. Yes, all those things. We are doing some initial requirement gathering now. Once it's a bit more complete, we will share that out. We will solicit feedback, and we will start to work through that. But again, this is a journey, right? So it'll take time to get there. But absolutely, that is the type of work I have in mind when I talk about this.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also, I'm very thankful that you are aware of tvOS.
All right, so probably one last question from me to you, Michael, since like when I was preparing for the conference here, I realized that here today among the audience we have team members from the teams that are responsible for the digital experience of more than 300 million users worldwide. And when I was that was my initial assumption when I was talking to the people yesterday, and today I realized that the number could be even larger. So we can fairly say that the audience that we have here is impactful. So it used to be always the case that we have a lot of asks and we have a lot of favors to you that okay, why go do it for us, right? And when it will be finally done, etc. So, but I would like to reverse that dynamics a little bit and ask you like, what do you need from us? What do you need from this community? What do you need from enterprise companies that are adopting Flutter? What would be helpful from the perspective of you as a product manager responsible for the roadmap, responsible for prioritization, decision-making process? What do you need from us, Michael?
I love it. This is like it's my birthday and I just get to share my list now. Fantastic. There's a lot on this list. The first one that comes to mind, and this may sound like a small ask, but it's not. It's hugely important. It is please continue to help tell the story of why Flutter. Right? I mean, very basic things like write blog posts about how you're being successful and why you are. Share stuff on social media, right? Like, I know, because I can look at a bunch of, telemetry and data and stuff. I know there's so many good apps out there where those stories are never being told. Please help tell the stories. It is the strongest way we can grow this ecosystem, and it is the best way of ensuring that I don't need to answer the question always of, is Flutter going to die tomorrow? I will probably get that question anyway, because I always do. Thanks for not asking it today. But really, for all of us, right, like, just tell the story of how you're being successful with Flutter. And you don't have to tell it on like accounts we manage, right? Like, tell it on your own accounts, right? On your own blogs, or on LinkedIn, or on whatnot. People will find these. We will, amplify on socials and stuff. But please just tell those stories. I cannot, like, understate this. Please, please, please do that. So that's the main one. And then I think the second one, like, if we're gonna pull off this whole thing I'm talking about with, like, the big community and Flutter everywhere, we're gonna need help, right? We're all gonna need to step up and contribute. And I think we all need to ask, like, not just what Flutter can do for you, but what you can do for Flutter, right? To paraphrase. So I think start that mindset. It turns out lots of people already have that mindset, and there's so much good stuff out there, and I just need to help, like, with a little bit of extensibility and putting some spotlight on stuff. But everybody should be asking that question too, more broadly. But start with the stories. Please tell stories.
Right, and let me one add thing on the top of that, right? Probably to our audience here. It is also about, one thing is about to share your stories with Flutter, but also is all about caring for each other, right? So if you, for example, would like to see the new tools coming, the new support for new platforms and some additional solutions that can help you in your development, why don't you also try to use whatever is existing? If you feel like you want to have a short path to the code push, don't invent it yourself, go for the shortcut. If you'd like to experiment with design systems, give Widgetbook a try. If you'd like to think about how can you structure your testing strategy properly, try to experiment with Petrol, right? So we should all, look at the tools that we are all building together as a community and make them stronger, make them better, because only based on the feedback that we can give to each other, only based on our mutual contributions, we can, as an ecosystem, make the Flutter better, make the Flutter more ready, make it more ready for whatever comes next, right, with this revolution. So yes, I think that with that idea in mind, I would like to thank you very much, Michael, for being here with us, for making it to Warsaw. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks for having me, and thanks you to all of you for being part of this wonderful community. I mean this with the heart when I say this is the most positive developer community I've ever been part of, and you're all a huge piece of that. Thank you.
Thank you again very much. And now we're gonna hear a talk about Add-to-App. As you may know, Add-to-App started off with some rough edges, but it's been getting better over time. And Marcin Hude will now tell us more about it and about the state of Add-to-App in the year 2026.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Marcin Hude. I'm a senior Flutter developer at Lean Code. And over the few recent years, I've worked with multiple enterprise clients, helping them adopt Flutter. And some of those projects involved Add-to-App, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. So what is Add-to-App? So Add-to-App, in principle, is a way to add Flutter to your existing native iOS and Android applications. So the case is you have a large enterprise app and you cannot just rewrite it to Flutter easily. It's too huge. There are large teams working on it. You need to maintain it. So that's where Add-to-App comes in. And with Add-to-App, you can rewrite some of your screens to Flutter, and the rest is kept native. There are also ways to embed Flutter views inside native screens and vice versa. And I want to give you two short stories to start with. So our first case of Add-to-App was Millennium Bank, one of the largest banks in Poland, with over 2 million monthly active users in their main app. And that project was a bit unusual because the Add-to-App part never went to production, but the Add-to-App part was a proof of concept to show stakeholders that if we add Flutter to their existing native app, the Flutter works as it should, and it's you cannot distinguish native from Flutter. So we rebuilt one module in Flutter. It was successful, and then we proceeded with writing a new project in Flutter from scratch. But in general, from the developer's perspective, we didn't have a great time with Add-to-App back then. So there were performance issues, an optimization technique, which our engine groups weren't available at that time yet. And we had to deal with a lot of issues with debugging, background processing, and stuff like that. But now let's move on to today. Today we're doing Add-to-App again. We had some Add-to-App projects in between, but that's the most recent work. We're working with SoftNet, and it's again a banking app, but it's a bit different case. So this is a white label banking app for Polish cooperative banks. So in Poland, we have a lot of small regional cooperative banks, and they all need to provide some mobile app experience to their users. But there are small banks, so they don't want to write those apps themselves. So this is a solution to their problem. And we are approaching Add-to-App here. So the goal is to rewrite the whole app to Flutter. We are approaching it with a strategy that seems to be working really well. So the first thing to rewrite was a module for different type of customers. So basically, the idea was that if you're a retail customer, you log in, you go to a native part of the app, and it stays as is. But for business customers, they would land up in a Flutter module, basically. So that was a good choice for integration because it didn't have so many points to integrate with the native platform. And after that, we have a backlog. We're rewriting module by module. The first one was also a self-contained module, which was currency exchange. And we have an end goal of flipping the shell, so making the native app a Flutter app with some native screens in between. And I want to give you an interesting case as a side note, which is a problem that is typical to Add-to-App. So it's that in this case, as it's a white label app, you have the status bar, navigation bar on Android, you probably know it. They can have different colors, and they need to have different colors for different type of tenants in this app. And it turned out the logic was very complicated to rewrite to Flutter. So in the end, we decided to leave it native for now and just render Flutter inside. Because you can render Flutter only part of the screen. You don't have to render the status bar natively. What's more interesting, on iOS, it was actually easier to rewrite this to Flutter, and the whole view is Flutter. But the content that's inside is the same for both platforms, as it's Flutter. Okay, so those were the two case studies. Now I want to show you a general view on Add-to-App. So the truth is there are still some missing bits. There are still some pain points related to Add-to-App. One of them that we've also had recently is lack of support for Swift Package Manager. On iOS, Swift Package Manager is now the standard for standalone Flutter apps, but it's still not supported in Add-to-App. I know it's the work is being done on that by Flutter team, but it's still, we had to find some workarounds for that. There are still some developer experience gaps. So hot reload is not as reliable as in pure Flutter apps. You still have to handle multiple IDEs for debugging, and most importantly, you have to write a lot of glue code contracts between native and Flutter to pass data around. So this is stuff that you don't have to handle in standalone Flutter apps. And I managed a couple of minutes without mentioning AI, but here it is, finally. It's very subjective. We don't have any hard metrics for it, but we feel like AI tooling is not as great as with standalone Flutter apps in add-to-app scenarios. Probably not much training material for that, but we feel like, especially at the beginning, add-to-app setup is complex because we're dealing with enterprise apps. They are large. Every app is different. Every app has a lot of custom stuff. So AI has a hard time to pick it all up, especially to set up everything for add-to-app. But there have been some improvements, especially regarding to performance. So you might have heard that at Google I/O very recently, Hybrid Composition++ was introduced. So this is a performance optimization for native view embedding on Android. And it's not only for add-to-app, but also for add-to-app. Engine groups, this is quite old now, but it's been one of the greatest additions to add-to-app. That's again a performance improvement. I'm not going to go too technical here. Another one, Dart on the main thread. So the thread merging work done in Flutter, also positive impact on add-to-app. And in general, what I think you should always have if you're considering add-to-app is have a right strategy. So first of all, it's definitely easier to rewrite self-contained isolated modules rather than rewriting random stuff. Auditing the native code is crucial because to rewrite a screen, you have to understand the native code. If the native code is of bad quality, it's going to take much more effort to rewrite it to Flutter. Training the existing team, so typically you want to transition your native developers to Flutter developers. That's also a big part of add-to-app adoption. And planning the full switch from day one. So you might forget that at the end you want the whole app to become Flutter, and add-to-app is not a great state to be forever in. So it's good to have a plan for a switch. And a counterexample of what might not be the best idea is the business sometimes wants the Flutter to have the biggest impact. So the idea might be that let's rewrite home screen first, because every customer sees it. We can run A/B tests on it. We can see if Flutter is actually better than native. But the problem is that in large apps, home screen does everything. So it has to integrate with every native module. In this case, there's also a problem with some proprietary SDKs that had their native widgets. So effectively, it's hard to rewrite everything to Flutter easily. And it's just better to start with some isolated modules. So in general, our recommendation after years, we were a bit skeptical about add-to-app a couple of years back. But now we really think it's a good solution for many customers. but you need to approach it with the right strategy. So you really have to plan your work well for it to be successful. We're now doing some research at LeanCode, trying to find a way to provide some tooling for Add2App that can be used by multiple customers. It's a bit tricky to do because every app is different, but that's some kind of research that we're doing right now. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Marcin. As you may know, pushing updates just through the app stores can take a very long time. You can fail a review, and a simple change to a banner can take like 3 days to arrive in your users' devices. And we've already heard briefly about some backend-driven component stuff from Nubank, but now Robert is going to focus on server-driven UI with a simple and flexible approach for marketing stuff and A/B testing.
Yeah, good. That's all good. One last try. Okay, we're ready. Hi, welcome to my presentation. I'm Robert. I'm a Flutter developer at LeanCode, and today we'll be talking about using server-driven UI for marketing purposes. So, server-driven UI, I won't be repeating what Nubank team has already said. However, they are pushing the idea of server-driven UI to the very extreme by implementing the whole application with this approach. I instead want to focus on a much narrower case, that is marketing and parts of the application that actually benefit greatly from fast release cycles. Because in most applications, we don't really need to update most of the app quickly, but certain parts we do want to iterate fast. And those are marketing or promotional banners for some internal products that we are promoting within the application, paywalls in the B2C applications, basically anything that we may want to A/B test. And of course, we can always have some sort of generic way of communicating to the user in case of
some critical message that we want to deliver to the user. And of course, the standard solution, the obvious solution, is to drive it somehow from the backend. However, with all of the, let's say, default approaches, there are problems. Of course, we can have some kind of predefined templates that we compile into the application, and then we are populating it with the content, with the text and assets. However, of course, this has limited flexibility because we are limited to all the templates that have been compiled into the app during release. We can use web views, so that way we are leveraging the web technologies that are very flexible, but especially in Flutter, web views come with some performance trade-offs. Because in Flutter, web view is a platform view, so it's embedded native iOS or Android component into the Flutter application. And also we may need to re-implement in some way our design system, since now we need it on web. We may also consider using just images for those purposes, so that we are pre-rendering some kind of content and then showing it on the device. But again, it has limitation of scaling and resizing to the user viewport, and it has problems with interactivity of this component. So our solution that I'm currently working on is called Cloud Widgets, and it intends to be a all-in-one solution for creating, distributing, and displaying the rapidly evolving content within the application. So it's a editor/CMS that is hosted for the marketing team to edit and create their widgets. It's a backend service that distributes this content, and it's a client package that renders the content within the application. So the advantages of this approach is that we have great flexibility in the layout implementation. We can basically use any Flutter widget, including our app design system widgets that are integrated with the package. We can have multiple variants of every component that we are showing, so that we can A/B test it, we can localize it based on the user needs. We can ship the localized content with our layout, and we can ship assets so that it's all in one. And all of this is done with native Flutter performance, so that we don't have any issues with scrolling content or anything like that, as you would have with platform views. And all of this is updated instantly without waiting for the app release in the store. And actually, you can now go to the demo, and since Cloud Widgets is integrated into our FTS application, you can see it in action on your device. So I will just switch to the editor that I've prepared here somewhere. Yeah, other way. Let me also get my phone on the right. Can I move this or no? Let's try the other way around. Here, probably. Okay, got it. So here we have the editor, and on the, I'll just make sure it's unlocked. So on the FTS app content currently, we are just showing a hidden content with Slicebox. However, we can easily update this content to show, for example, our banner promoting our ebook dedicated to migration to Flutter. I hope the network connection is working. I guess it's not great, given how long the assets loaded. Okay, maybe it will come to us. So basically in the editor, we have three parts. We have all of our variables, so layouts, assets, text, etc. We have the editor itself that updates the content, and also we have the preview that allows us to validate our designs exactly. Let's try one last time. Okay, unfortunately, live demos is as usual with live demos. It wasn't the best idea last time. No, sorry. Okay, going back to the to my last slide. If you have any questions, feel free to catch me during the break. That's coming in a second. You can also scan the QR code to set up a follow-up meeting if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Robert. And as Robert mentioned, we're now going to be having a break. But before you go and grab your coffees and everything, wait for a bit because we have a little bit of a surprise for you. We're going to be all taking a collective photo of the Flutter Tech Summit community. So come on and let's take a photo together. Yes, and then we're going to see each other in 30 minutes. welcome back after the last coffee break of this conference. And to kick off this last section, we're going to start with a presentation about using Patrol for end-to-end tests in the Sennheiser app. So welcome to Eduard and then also later Oscar. And let's kick things off for this last section.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today I will talk about testing of companion apps and specifically apps that connect to physical hardware over Bluetooth. And I will show you how we managed to improve test coverage and shorten release cycles by utilizing hardware simulation and AI-generated tests. I will present together with Oscar, who will take over the second part and talk about the role of Petrol and our AI-assisted test generation workflow. First, a few words about myself. I'm Eduard Siewert. I work as a software architect at Sennheiser since 2017. I've been working with Flutter since 2020. And in 2022, the Sennheiser consumer division got acquired by Sonova, so that's why you might hear both names throughout the presentation today. So first, a bit of context. This is the Smart Control Plus app. It's a Flutter app available for iOS and Android, and it's the main companion app for the Sennheiser headphones, earbuds, soundbars. And most of the features control an actual feature of the headphone that is connected via Bluetooth. Currently, we support around 20 different products, different communication protocols, different connection interfaces like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. And on top of that, each of the product has different firmware versions with slightly different capabilities. So this creates a pretty large configuration space. And as you can imagine, this makes testing uniquely difficult. And so relying on manual testing only is not an option here. So the question is, how do we test this reliably and at scale? So the traditional model that we see here is a testing pyramid, where we sort the different testing strategies according to their costs. And on the very top, we have manual testing, which usually includes end-to-end testing with the real hardware. And this focuses on all the scenarios that are very hard to automate reliably. And because these tests are expensive to run, they are usually concentrated just before releases. On the contrary, at the bottom, we have a large base of unit tests. These are headless and therefore very cheap to run. So usually we run them on every pull request. And unit tests are the fastest signal that we have for regression of isolated single components. They work great as a feedback loop for AI coding agents, but they can also create noise if they test implementation details rather than behavior. But the real problem here is the test coverage. So especially in a companion app, you have a lot of scenarios that you can only reliably test with integration tests. So you have a multi-step device interactions, upgrade flows, connect and reconnect scenarios, events that are sent from the headphone towards the app. All of these cannot really be covered with unit tests. And our goal would be therefore to increase the number of integration tests and therefore increase our test coverage. So eventually we would like to move from a testing pyramid to a testing diamond. In a testing diamond, the integration tests are the focus of our testing. But to make this practical, we need to solve two issues. First, it's the issue or the cost of running integration tests, and then also the cost of writing integration tests. So how do we make integration tests cheaper to run? The natural answer is device farms. So you have actual phones in the cloud running tests in parallel. And for most of the IOs of the app, this works pretty well. So we have some cloud endpoints that you can hit, so HTTP requests that you can that can hit the staging environment, or we can mock the endpoints. We have hardware capabilities of the phone, like the memory or location, which we can also use in the cloud, or we can also mock them. We have the touch interface, where we have tools like Petrol that are specifically built to simulate these inputs. But one important I/O is missing in the cloud, and that's the actual headphone. You cannot connect a headphone in a device farm, so you have to find a different solution. And you might say, okay, then we just mock this headphone, but a mock is not enough. A mock doesn't have a state. What we need here is a real simulation of the hardware. So that's what we call a fake. A fake has real logic. It has a state. It reacts to requests from the app, just as a normal headphone would do. So when the app, for example, sends a command to turn off the noise cancellation, the fake parses the request, updates its state, and responds back to the app. So that's the key distinction here. A mock is a scripted expectation, while a fake is a stateful simulation of the headphone. So here, just a small overview of the different layers of the fakes and the app. So on the fake side, you can see we have the so-called device fakes that simulate the transport layer behavior, like Bluetooth advertisements, pairing, connection handling. Above that, we have a protocol layer that parses the incoming bytes and forwards the data to the according features. We have the feature fakes that can be anything from noise cancellation, firmware update, equalizer. They receive the data, update the state, and send the according response back to the app. And in order to make, or in order to allow the app to talk to the fake, what we do is we replace the transport layer in the app during tests. So instead of using the real Bluetooth plugin, for example, we replace it with a test implementation that forwards the byte stream to the fake instead of sending it out via Bluetooth. So from the app's perspective, everything stays the same, just the transport layer is swapped. And for test authors, the fakes expose a fluent test API, and they mirror real-world device interactions. So you have methods like fake turn on. It simulates that the headphone powers on and appears in the BLE scan results. You can change the physical state of the headphone, so you can simulate that you put it on the head, take it off, and it sends the according events to the app. You can change the battery level to simulate a draining battery. So all of this allows it for the test authors to focus or think in terms of device behavior rather than protocol internals. They don't need to know anything about the implementation details. And it also makes the test intent easy to understand for code reviewers, so that also helps the quality and the team velocity. So yeah, this was the first part about product fakes and how they allow us to reduce the cost of running integration tests. And now Oscar will take over in the second part and explain us how we manage to reduce the cost of writing integration tests by utilizing Petrol and AI agents. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Edward. So, yeah, first of all, my name is Oscar, and I am QA automation engineer at LeanCode, part of Patrol team, and also lately author of Patrol MCP server. Let me take a look what happened. Okay, great. And let's start with some short Patrol introduction for those who don't know. So Patrol is end-to-end testing framework written specifically for Flutter. It allows you to write tests for all of the mobile platforms, for Android and iOS. You can write tests for Flutter for web and also macOS. And later, you can run those tests on all of the major device farms. Besides that, you write test code in Dart. The patrol allows you to do some direct upstate interaction, and also patrol has some AI tooling included. But I want to think of patrol as an enabler. So in case of Sennheiser, the patrol allowed them to use the fakes the way they do, so they could automate those tests without some very complex simulators that wouldn't be very reliable, and they could use fakes. The other thing that patrol allows you to do is better test coverage, because of those direct upstate interaction, you can automate scenarios that would not be possible otherwise. Now let's talk a bit about AI in testing. So testing nowadays is even more important because we have a lot of AI writing new features, AI helping you ship everything faster. So the new question rises, is it okay to use AI to write tests which will be testing features written by AI? My personal answer is yes, but only if you pay a lot of attention to the quality of your code. And the next question then rises, how can you do that? So first of all, mobile developers get a lot of cool tools which were mentioned today. So they get Figma MCP, they get Marionette. And what about end-to-end testing? Well, for that, we have patrol. So first of all, patrol comes with some AI rules or cloud skills for writing patrol tests, which are already in patrol repository. So that's how you can improve the quality of the code written by your AI agent. Also, we have included in those rules test architecture, which you can use or you can decide to not to use it if you do not agree with it, but this is something that you can do to further improve the AI agent code. And last but not least, we have an MCP server. So what's the point of this MCP server? The main goal of it is to allow AI agent to do the same things that QA manually writing patrol code would have. So the first thing that we allow with this MCP AI to do is to take device screenshots. We can take a look how that looks. And because of those screenshots, we gain two things. First of all, AI from now on has eyes when writing patrol tests. So in case something fails, the test fails, the AI can take a look at the screen and see what happened, because logs sometimes might not be enough to determine what was the problem. Especially if something in backend is wrong, we will get some generic response, but then the error would be visible in the emulator. Another case is that if we are writing new test, the screenshot might help AI determine what was the last state of the app at the end of the test. So later it can incrementally add new test steps at the end and continue writing more and more complex test scenario. The other thing that MCP enables your AI agent to do is to build the app once and then rerun it with changed test code instantly, which makes a pretty decent development loop. And yeah, let's take a look at that. So on the right-hand side, you can see a very simple prompt, which just tells AI to automate some 1, 2, 3, 4 test case from Azure, and later we are just saying that we want to use fakes and patrol rules. So AA starts by just reading the context, pulling everything from Azure. It tries to write the test blindly, so it starts by writing the code. Later we can see the initial build, so the test is built. It was not completed. We have second attempt. Again, something went wrong. And the third attempt, the test has passed. So we have, with a single prompt, and the whole pipeline took about 10 minutes. We have an automated test scenario which was pulled from our Azure. So this is an actual test case that we have in our pipelines, which is very cool in my opinion. But yeah, The gain that we get from this Patrol MCP server is that the AI agent can reliably use Patrol. It can get all the context that AI would have. Okay, but let's assume we've used Patrol MCP with lots of success. We have a very big test suite. And later we come to work the next day as QA and we see some failed runs. This is basically bread and butter for QAs, unfortunately. But yeah, whenever we can see some failed tests, most of the time there are three possible results. First of all, the app that we are testing has changed because there was some change request, user story, and the flow for existing tests changed, which was expected. In this case, we need to confirm that manually as QAs, which takes time, and update our tests, and then we are fine. The other case is when we have an actual bug. Then basically the same flow. We need to report the bug before we need to investigate what went wrong. So the bug report isn't very vague. We can confirm it as QA what was the root cause and report it well. And the worst case, at least from QA perspective, is a flaky test, which basically means that our test fails every 10th time. We have absolutely no idea what happens. Maybe the backend response is not always the same. Maybe we have some race condition. The investigation for those is the worst thing that you can do as QA because it's never easy. And because we have Patrol, which lives in the same repository as our app code, then when we are using AI agent, we have test code, we have app code, we have all the typical tools, so we have access to Git, we can have Jira connectors for some additional context, and if we, of course, Patrol MCP to run the test which failed on CI locally to confirm, for example, that it's not flakiness. And if we put all of that together, we can run AI, which will do all of this investigation. And it's much, much more easy to, for me, for example, to start my day running such AI and then seeing the output after a couple of minutes with very likely root cause for this failed test than to do the whole investigation myself. So this is a very simple use case for AI, but it basically removes one of the biggest pain points for QAs, which takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of energy out of you to run and try to blindly find the root cause for flaky tests. Okay, so let's summarize everything. So first of all, those fakes that Edward mentioned can enable you to test the applications that otherwise would have to be tested manually or maybe mocked, which would not be as good as those fakes with the approach that was shown. And because we can combine that with device farms, this significantly reduces the costs of your end-to-end tests. And because you are able to write more automated tests, then your test coverage improves a lot. And from the AA perspective, since we are shipping everything faster, then tests are even more important today than they were ever. And also, AI can be used for writing tests, but then you need to start paying more and more attention to the quality of your test code. So yeah, proceed with caution and try to keep your tests as good as you can. And that's all from my side.
Thank you. And now for the last talk of today. We're still going to have a discussion panel, but this is the last talk. I would like to invite Rafael on the stage. Because as you know, especially in enterprise apps, you cannot just, or you rarely just release an update to all of the users, but you need to use something like feature flags. And Rafael is going to tell us how they use feature flags at Nubank.
Oh, here it is. All right, so
let's configure first. Yeah.
What do I need to do? Do I need to get this out of the full screen maybe? And then I do this.
You know what to do?
And then it doesn't work. Nope. No.
That tech support is on the way.
Oh man, I cannot.
It's coming, so that's fine.
Maybe
All right, folks. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really happy to get to talk a little bit about the crazy stuff we do at Nubank. And, well, so my name is Rafael Lisboa. Most people just call me Lisboa because Rafael is a very common name in Brazil. I've been at Nubank for the last decade. And lately, I've been in the mobile platform team as a software engineer. So, and I want to talk a little bit about what we do with feature flags and experimentation, first releases in a Flutter app. I will be using the term feature flags and experimentation. I'm going to talk as if it's the same thing, because nowadays we take it as if it's the same thing. I know it's not conceptually the same thing. So as we go over this talk, just think maybe it should be the same thing always, okay? So mistakes on a mobile app are expensive, especially if you're dealing with people's money, and they get very sad when they cannot use their money. But how can we make them cheap, right? The trick here is to get them when they're small. And then what I want to focus on for this presentation is what is the moment in which we were operating is our Flutter migration, right? We started adopting Flutter in 2018 before Add2App existed. And as a result, native was very comfortable in our architecture. And that's okay. We never rewrote our application. That was something we never wanted to go through because it would be a lot of work and we wouldn't be able to keep up with the business pace. So we took it little by little, slice by slice, elephant carpaccio. But at some point, we got to a stage in which, okay, we got a lot of features in Flutter. Now let's migrate the core. And how do we do this while the airplane is up high, right? How do we change the engine? And so we had very good tooling for experiments already. We could do rollout, A/B tests, all of that using the customer ID as a key. But when we're talking about how do I flip the HTTP client implementation, how do I flip the storage implementation, how do I flip if this data is coming from native or from Flutter itself, we cannot rely on that because maybe the person is not even logged in yet, right? And also, when we are removing something from native and bringing it to Flutter, we need those two values to be synchronized. We want to turn off native and enable Flutter. So if a flag is false in native, it needs to be false. And if it needs to be, it needs to be false in Flutter as well. So they need to look at the same value, right? Otherwise, you'll get inconsistent behavior. Let me just go over our stack really quick. At the right there, we have the experimentation platform, which is a platform that I love, and all Nubank employees use it a lot. It's where they configure the experiments, right? So there we can say, this flag is enabled for this percentage of customers. This flag is enabled for people who have the minimum version of the app, blah. This is enabled for segments. We can do a lot of stuff in there. We can base it on a data set that we compute every night. It's really, really powerful, right? And the bottom, at the bottom, we have the other services, which is like the backend services, and that was already working well, right? Like experimentation in the app experience, because we use server-driven UI a lot, that was already covered. So if I wanted to release a new product for a percentage of customers, I could already do that really well. And then the kind of like new thing, although this was done years ago already, was that we created a service that is very specific around providing experiments for our mobile, for the core of our mobile application. And it's used only for platform features. And then we have a control in there that you can only add a feature flag to be exposed in that service up there if mobile platform agrees, right? Governance. And then at the left, we have the Nubank app, which uses this configuration. So it decides which variants to show, which path to follow, and which components implementation to use. And this was lovely. So let me talk a little bit about things, random things in this stack, right? The first thing we thought about when the app remote configuration service started being created is that I don't want to wake up at 2 a.m. to fix stuff because my feature flag service is down. So this was built anti-fragile from the beginning. The app still works if the app remote configuration service is down, right? It can be, we tested, like we removed it from the load balancer and test that the app still opens when it's down. All types of being down, like not responding, not DNS failing, all of that stuff. And app remote configuration service should be able to compute experiments really fast. So we want this, I think today our response time for this is 5 milliseconds, like the time it takes us to compute the response. And this is like no I/O. You cannot hit a service to compute the value of an experiment. You need to have the data beforehand and do the computation as pure as possible, right? What else? In the app, this is a thing that we also played a little bit, and it was very interesting that we created an app configuration flag to change when the app configuration is loaded. And where we landed today, this hasn't always been like that, but today, the flags are loaded in the background, and they only change after the next app open. Before, we used to load, like the first thing the app did was to load the app config in a very, like it didn't use anything else from the infrastructure. It had its own HTTP client so that it could be as isolated as possible in our architecture and then be the decision maker for everything else that was happening in the app, right? And it was always atomically saved to the storage so that we don't have the case of native and Flutter having different values because you did the request, but then you updated native after you updated Flutter or vice versa, right? And about the experimentation platform, I would say activation logs are important. So like when we are doing an experiment and not just a feature flag, we want to know when were people exposed to that new experience. And so thinking about in the code, when we send the activation logs is also very valuable because then we can make sure that the person saw that experience that we are validating. And then we can use that to see, to monitor it, right? So that we can have like a small sample size, expose a small number of people, maybe expose only the Nubank employees, for example, and see how are the metrics comparing against people who are not exposed to that experience. So activation logs are important. and expensive, so sample them. And we usually, when we do experiments, we have 3 variants, right? So we have control, treatment, which are the ones that will be generating activation logs, and rollout, which is like the people who will be getting the new experience, but we don't care about their activation logs. And then with this, we can see, like we can not break our bank, and not break our bank. Thanks for laughing, guys. You're great. And another cool thing, just to mention a little bit of AI here, right, is that we added an MCP, an in-house MCP that can access the experiment's change history. And then when we ask AI, hey guys, hey dear AI, can you help me figure out what is this error that started happening here? It can map this against experiment changes that happened recently, and then it can use this as an extra research data, right? So it can say, hey, I think this is related to this experiment here that was enabled in this timestamp that matches when this error started happening, right? So how we use this, I think this is a thing that evolved over time a lot in the mobile platform team as we did this migration. First thing, and this is the most important thing, everything goes behind a flag. There is no excuse not to add a feature flag to whatever change you're making. Oh, but it's in native. You can add a feature flag. Oh, but it's in Flutter. You can add a feature flag. Oh, but it's in the main.dart. You can add a feature flag there, right? And over time, in our very complicated business of operating in multiple countries, multiple products, different entry points, different like marketing campaigns, chaos all the time, right? The peace of mind of like just being able to go back to the team that is saying, oh, I'm having this problem, maybe it's related to your experiment. We don't need to stay until late debugging that. We can just say, okay, just turn off the experiments and see if the problem goes away, right? And this is really worth the extra code branches that we get. Second thing, we relentlessly measure the impact of what we ship. So every time we do a feature flag, we should have a question that we want to answer. In our environment, is this thing breaking the app or not? But it can also be, and this is like a lovely thing that we have done, it can also be, what is the business impact of making these improvements to the core of the application? And third, safety is an infinite platform feature. We're never safe enough, and every time we have an incident, we do a post-mortem, and we always do something different, right? And this do something different, the best thing you can do is to make it a platform feature, so that it's not like a process that somebody has to read the document and follow. It's like built in the platform, and there's no other way for you to do anything that doesn't involve following that process, right? So we learn from our mistakes, and we fix them in software and not with bureaucracy. And another thing, default values are mandatory. That's why, like, if the app config request fails, we always have a fallback. So I know that if a really old version of the app is pointing to an experiment that we already removed, it's fine. There's always a default value there, and the app is going to work. We can be sure of that and have that like extra peace of mind, right? So, takeaways. I would say, first thing, own your data. I think it's very easy nowadays to deliver a critical part of your data to a third party, and then there you don't have as much access to do a SQL query and match this to that, to this data set, to that data set, so that you can be like, okay, people who are on the new storage implementation are actually giving X dollars more money to us. So being able to put a price tag in an infrastructure improvement, not just for that one experience, for that one experiment, but for the future experiments to come, in which people maybe don't have so much good data, but if you're able to say, if I cut X milliseconds from the funnel, I get this much more money at the end of the month. This is forever, right? You will always know, okay, so this kind of customer, this kind of environment, this country, this is the impact I get from optimizing things in the core. And that's really important if we want to have a strong, durable platform team that doesn't get deprioritized over more like immediate business demands, right? It's always being able to show the value of your work that's super important, especially when you are in a very technical environment. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do this if the data was spread in different places, and then it's hard to pick up, and then you cannot have a good sample size, and then you're able to provide a statistically significant explanation that is the impact. I know this, I compared control to treatment, right? Another point, curate guardrail data sets. This helps layers talk to each other. The same experimentation platform is also used by product teams who are releasing things in their flows or maybe in the homepage, and then being able to say this experiment is actually harming the app initialization time by X%, right? We don't need to go there and be policing them all the time, because the platform, when they look at the data, the result experiment results, they will see that that guardrail is not being met, right? Same with app stability, a lot of things. And then we can catch this early before this affects a significant part of our business. And also vice versa, right? So that we as a platform team can be sure that we're not selling less investments because of a new HTTP client or something like that, right? And also you incentivize what you automate. So old feature flags, we all love them, right? No, we want them to go away. And that should be easy. It should be easy to say goodbye to an experiment that we already finished. So I really like when we created the finish experiment button in our platform, that it goes and opens a pull request using an agent with the winning variant that you defined. And then from there you can review the code, you can make further changes. But this became something more common the more easy we made it, right? And also feature flags themselves, when we made it easy to use them in the app, they became more used, right? So when you think about a platform team, it's good to incentivize the things we want to see, so make them easy. If it's really hard, people are just not gonna do it as much as we want. Okay, folks, that was it. Thanks for having me, and I'm happy to chat, and yeah, happy to answer any other questions that you may have later.
Thank you very much to Rafael. And now comes finally the time to finish off this wonderful event by having the last discussion panel, which is going to be on the topic of end-to-end testing, especially end-to-end testing in this AI era. So again, I invite to the stage Mateusz, who's going to be leading this discussion panel, and then also Anna Leuschenko, Nelson, and also Eduard, yes. And Oscar as well. Okay. Sure, you can have all the mics.
Okay, last hat for me today. There's gonna be also a party hat, but it's gonna be the easiest one. Okay, let's start with introducing the ones that didn't get introduced. So yeah, Anna, you can start.
Thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Anna. I'm a Google developer expert in Dart and Flutter, and for the last 5 years I've been at Tide, which is a UK fintech company building the platform for small and medium businesses. and I obtained position of senior staff engineer, and we built our applications with Flutter.
Thank you. Thanks for having you. I think everybody in the community knows you already. And Nelson, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Hello, guys. Very happy to be here. I work at CloudWalk. We have two products today. We have Infinite Pay with more than 7 million clients in Brazil. And we have Dean.com in all the 50 states in the US. And that's it. I'm a software engineer in there. Very happy to be here.
Great. You started when you were 16, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Great to have you all here. So let's talk about end-to-end testing. And I wanted to talk today about what's the reason for end-to-end testing. Because times change, of course. We have AI era, agentic era, like we all talked today already, and how end-to-end testing fits in that landscape. Actually, I think Oscar already kind of gave us a spoiler during his talk. So my first question would be: does AI writing code make end-to-end tests more important than ever, or obsolete idea that's no longer, valid? Right? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I can start since I already kind of gave my opinion on that. But no, I think it's out of the question. We need to pay a lot of focus right now on end-to-end tests because since we are shipping everything faster and sometimes faster than we can, then we need to test stuff. And if we don't automate it, then we would just scale our manual QA indefinitely, which probably is not a very good idea. So automation is the only way to go. And yeah, I think I don't really have any other opinion on that.
QA engineer wants end-to-end tests to be there, right?
This question is pretty good. Like I like to say a code that you doesn't have a test. It's like a quantum particle, right? Because it's in superposition state. So basically, you need to measure that quantum particle to know the value of the quantum particle, right? So this is a code without testing, right? When you are working in a bank, like with money, as Rafael said, you need to have sure what you are doing, right? So that's for me, like even with AI, before AI was already important, but with AI, it's more and more far important, right? Because a lot of the time will pass and the code generated will be more for AI than for us as human, no? And the test is the thing that measure the quantum particle for us.
Nice.
Yeah, so I totally agree. Integration tests is very important. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's more important than before. I think it has always been. I think the major shift that I see is the shift of the effort going from writing code or writing tests to writing specs. Because if you have a spec that is incomplete, your agent will just fill the gap silently and will implement something you maybe didn't want to. And at the same time, if your spec is incomplete and you have an agent that writes a test, it just writes tests that confirm the code against itself rather than against a spec. So yeah, I think that's the key change I see in the future.
Right, like in your talk there was this prompt with an Azure ticket with a test case. So I assume you mean that someone has to write the actual test case.
Exactly.
And it has to be pretty precise, right?
Exactly.
Like accurate. Yeah. Okay, now I'm getting it. Thank you.
Well, I'm now in the hard position and I can only actively agree with what was said.
Please do disagree.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. But yeah, end-to-end tests seem to be the last guard now that we probably lose more and more interested in how exactly the code is organized, arranged, generated, and think on the higher levels of abstractions, like why we build and what exactly we build, and end-to-end tests here help us ensure we achieve this higher level of a result.
Okay, so let's let's get it more difficult, because it was I think the easy one. So okay, we all agree that yeah, it's even more important. But there's a question that's I got it when we were releasing Patrol MCP and Marionette MCP. It was quite similar timeline, and a lot of people said to us, I already have my code made by AI, and I'm scared of it. Why should I test with AI? If I'm scared about the AI code, why should I trust AI to write code? So my next question would be, what do you think about AI writing tests? So is it controversial for you or not? Or do you think this is the future, or how, or yes, but, and what's the trick? What's the catch? So what do you think? Yeah, starting with you, Anna, what, like in tight, what's before AI and after AI? Is there any change of approach, or how would you see that?
Well, I guess in terms of end-to-end tests, we're still more the old traditional way of writing them by developers. But I think it's undeniable that AI is making its way to almost any stage of the development. And if there is a tool which we cannot yet ask AI to use, is because there is no integration, and it will come very soon. And in this coming reality, the question is not new. Like, when you see code written by someone else, what do you think of it? Is it good enough? The reviewers will still play a critical part in the process, no matter who originally wrote the code. Of course, by writing more specs, more precise, non-ambiguous descriptions, we get the better outcome faster. But I don't see developers being completely eliminated from the process, because it is even more critical for us to be in the loop, review the result, and impact the outcome.
Yeah, I agree. So when you ask, should AI also write tests, then yeah, I think it should. You should just make sure that's not the same AI that wrote your code, right? Same as you would not ask your developer to write tests for his own code. So ideally, you have an agent that doesn't even see the source code, but just writes the tests according to your test spec. And that's again where the human is in the loop. I think they should be the ones who define the test specs, so define what is our expected outcome and what is according to spec or not.
Okay, that's interesting, because typically when you write code as a developer, you also write tests for it.
You write unit tests, but we're talking about integration tests.
Yeah, I know,
right?
I know, but it's, but in that case, it's nothing controversial that you write your own tests in the same PR, right? So why is it controversial here? That's my question.
Yeah, fair point. I think it's because it's on a different level. So your integration tests are testing against the specification. Kind of your if you write unit tests, you test components that you wrote yourself. So it was yourself that defined what this component should do. So you can also write the tests that verify that they do what they're intended to do. But the integration tests against a different layer, so to say, I would say.
Right, I get the difference. Thanks.
I really like these because I think we can thinking through possible scenarios. It's not scenarios, but let's use it. We have taste. That is the issue. You have everyone has this issue with AI. Like AI doesn't have any taste for design, for software, for test. Like for more that is intelligent, it do not like. Read your mind, right? Or know your business goal, right? So you have this thing that taste keep the human in the loop, right? When AI develop taste, the human in the loop just go off the loop, right? But I think so. We have some time until there. I believe will be this time, but we have some time, and we have bias as we are talking about right now. Because like if you develop your test after the implementation, you have a lot of bias, right? As you as human, right? So like instead of like doing tests after implementing, TDD is very far important, and BDD too, like behavior-driven development, right? So you can abstract the layer of the coding for like a gherkin file of a behavior, right? And you can review the gherkin, you know? So I'm guaranteed that the behaviors are very aligned, and I can send this behavior for my agent to the agent code, right? So that's the thing. So I guarantee my taste with gherkin and behaviors, and the AI do the code, right? So that's for me the point.
Okay, so in Infinite Pay, you use AI to write the tests as well, but on some different level, on some layer.
I have like it's fun to say, but I do not work. I do not work some code for about like 6 months already. I just manage agents, and the agents do the code for me. I know that this can sound kind of scary, you know. But like this work, if you know how to close the loop and use the things, you can make the work. It works pretty well, right? You just need to connect the dots.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for that take.
So I think my opinion on that is that tests is something that is better suited to be written by AI than, for example, mobile code, because mobile challenges that you need to like overcome, solve problems are pretty open, so you can take different approaches, use different stuff. And for tests, I don't think test writing is as open as writing new features. So this makes AI able to, AI does not have so many open ways to write the same test. So we have a clear goal, especially if we define it well. And part of my presentation was that we have this test architecture in Lean Code, and actually our trigger to create it was when we started using AI agents, because we wanted to have a consistent code base. So whenever AI writes code, 80 or 90% of it will be exactly the same pattern that I would write myself. And then I can, first of all, review it very quickly. I can review PRs from other QAs, but that's a side benefit of that architecture. So yeah, it helps a lot, and that's why I think AI can be used for that. You just need to keep refining it to write the code exactly as you would. But for testing, in my opinion, it's easier than development.
Okay, now, interesting. So the hypothesis is that tests are even more deterministic in writing than the feature code. So if we agree on using AI with feature code, the more we should agree using AI for the test code. That's actually interesting, and it seems logical to me. Thank you for that. Okay, before we go to the next topic, I think we can, if you have if we have any questions from the room, from the audience, I can see one. I think we can take it.
Yeah, hi, I'm George from Aventus IT, and I wanted to ask, like you were talking about writing the code, feature code with AI, then writing tests with AI, and then the burden is on reviewer to review all that. And now I think some of you know that I have this colleague that produces with AI code that is like comparable to Tolkien book each week. So it's beginning to be a bottleneck to review the code and review it consciously, not just press approve button. So now we're talking about reviewing the code with AI itself. So closing the full loop and doing everything with AI. So what do you think? Is it a sensible thing to do? Is there any caveats or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a mic, but I can very quickly just give my input. So I think AI reviewing code is fine as long as there is another human at the end of this process. So you can have initial review made by AI, and the original developer can then fix or reject those comments. But for me, that would be like the end game, and I wouldn't go any further than that because it seems super risky. So, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah, we use AI reviews in Patrol as a glorified linter, so that then still a human being has to look at it.
Like, I think for now, for sure, humans should look at code, but you can, I think AI reviews, right? You need to, like, every time iterate, to each iteration be better reviewing, and you need to kind of mix a thing, like you need to mix non-deterministic, that is the AI, the entropy machine we have today, and deterministic, right? So Analyzer plugin, it's a very great thing that the Flutter team did launch. And like, if you can use both things to like trying to remove humans of this loop, right? And this is my goal, right? I want to be removed of this loop. I want to do something that generates value to my clients. I do not want to be worried about like the syntax of my code, right? I just have to, I just need to be sure that the things work, I can read, and I can trust, you know? So this is a very interesting step. And I think the answer is in trying to mix non-deterministic with deterministic checks. So if you do this, and for sure reviewing the skills of your AI and making your AI review improve, self-improve, right? So if you have an AI agent that is reviewing your PR and you give feedbacks to the AI agent, and in the end of the day, the AI agents open a PR, improving its self-skill, right? You have a kind of self-healing loop of AI review, right? So, but you for sure need to be very, very critical and review all these things until you close the loop.
Yeah, so I also think in the future that's where we're heading, right? So to fully close the loop, and then exactly it's the question of code ownership. So who, if you don't have the human in the loop anymore, do you really rely on AI? But I think at some point in the future, your code is just an artifact like your binary right now. Nobody checks the app binary really, and that's. We're moving one layer up, so your verification is then on the test. Exactly right. You have the integration test to verify that the code that was produced does what it's expected to do. Although these are only the functional requirements, of course, then you have to make sure, okay, how do I also make sure that the code actually meets my non-functional requirements, that it's maintainable, scalable, so that I can still continue with development in the future. And I think these are the questions that we have to solve in the future, like how do we guarantee this?
Makes sense.
A small addition to everything that was said, once again, actively agreeing with everyone. Just to point out that in this era of AI, it doesn't mean we have to throw away all the tens of years of good practices our industry has developed. And if we remember the good old red-green refactor, there is a refactor step. So even if the code is produced by AI, it doesn't mean it has to be sloppy. We can ask it to actually refine, refactor until it's small, concise, deterministic, and actually reviewable.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do we have?
I just like to follow up here. I heard a phrase in a talk that I really, really strongly agree. And I say to some people, like, for more that some guys are saying code is cheap, and I agree, bad code is more expensive than ever, right? So you need to care about like the code quality and software fundamentals more than ever, you know? So I think this abstraction require will be more and more and more important.
Okay, that's actually a great glue to the next topic, the thing you mentioned. So if we have any more questions, we can take that after this, because the last of my questions would be where human should be, right? So we're talking human in the loop, but where in that loop? Where like you mentioned, architecture still has to be good, or even better than before. Like it's more important even. So how to check that architecture? Should we have, I don't know, architecture lints, architecture AI review, architecture human review? So do we need more architects architects, maybe, I don't know. This is my question. Where should be the human in this loop? Human in the loop, it's easy to say, but now we have to think about what, in your opinion, is something that's very unique to human, like something that's the most beneficial to have human there. Who wants to start?
Yeah, so I can start already. So in my opinion, the thought of closing the loop completely terrifies me, to be honest. But I think as of now, and this is what we are doing currently, we are just trying to put all of our knowledge together to write the rules, lints, stuff like that, so we can refine the AA code. So it just write it better, then maybe we can review it more easily. But this is, I think, the hottest thing right now, to just try to polish AI stuff however you can. So yeah. All of the tools that are available, you can. It's very tiring process because there is no really. You cannot just write like 100 tests and run it against different sets of cursor rules or Claude skills to evaluate which is the best, which is a pain. But we need to do that any time.
So you mean human is there to refine AI? So human is there to edit skills, edit rules, fix them, update them, and so that it's still AI, but human is there to make it better every day.
Yeah.
That's
so
right?
the first thing I would do would to tell my colleague to stop writing Tolkien in his PRs. So that would be the first rule that I would write after this. So that's the only thing that I can add here.
Great point. I really agree with that. I like call it this the loop closer. Like I think this can be the head title in LinkedIn, right? It's very cool, right? Loop closing engineering.
Agentic loop closer.
Yeah, agentic loop closer. You know, like we have prompting, we have harness, we have context engineering. Now we have loop closers engineering, right? So, but that's a very true thing, you know, like. You need to close the loop, basically, and each person have a set of very specific knowledge in its specific area, you know. So each one can help closing the loop in each area, you know. So if you have this compounding and everyone looking at this goal to close the loop, you for sure will have a great time in the future.
Yeah, I can talk about our case specifically. So very clearly for us, we're still gonna need manual testing for quite a while. AI can write code, but it cannot use your headphone and turn it on or off. Not yet, at least. I think that's where we still have humans in the loop and will have for quite some while. And as I said, I think also, as I said in the beginning, I think it's really shifting towards writing more complete specs. So you really have, this is because only the human knows what the AI should do. So really, that's I think where we need to focus in the future.
Right.
Yeah, I would place humans, at least at this point, in both ends. First, the participation of human before even the development starts. And in this era where basically anyone can decide they can contribute to the code base, because here is my favorite AI agent, the role of platform teams building these skills, specs, guiding principles, placing them as close to the code base and AI as possible, this role is even more important, so that anyone indeed can jump into the code base and contribute meaningfully, and the result will be of acceptable quality. And then we are still at the end of the process being a reviewer until AI gets so good that we actually eliminate ourselves completely.
That's interesting. So before I have one more question for you before we jump to the audience questions, because you all touched on the topic of the workflow and how you do the whole product, like the whole process. And I know we already talked about it in a previous panel, but My question is, what do you think your software development lifecycle workflow, all the tools that you use, either Jira or DevOps or, there are a lot of tools on the way, like Confluence, I don't know, some RFCs, a lot of stuff that were before. Have they changed for you because of the AI era? Or do you think you are right now changing the workflow, or you're gonna change the workflow because of that? Or you rather leave it the same, but you want to use AI with the existing one? So because of that, what you mentioned, like something's changed, like easier to contribute, or like cross-team communication is different, or like you mentioned, you don't want to actually be in that loop in the end. So my last question is about that. Like, is your workflow, like, Kanban and all that stuff, is that changing? Or in your opinion, like, your blind guess is that, or rather informed guess, is that is gonna change or not in your company?
Well, if I had to guess, okay, I hope it stays more human friendly than AI friendly, at least for some time, because yeah, we are in the loop, and I hope that our process is accommodating for our needs as well. We know that AI generated code is only a portion of what the entire software development cycle consists of, and having this part faster did not necessarily speed up the other parts of it, like alignment between the teams, etc. So we are still pretty much there, and I hope these tools kind of still remain friendly to us humans.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we definitely will have to adapt the processes to help UI or allow AI to help us the best way possible. Starting with the creation of the requirements of the user stories. Currently, there is no AI involved in that, but there is so much potential for AI to be part of the refinements, to ask the questions, to fill the gaps in the specification, automatically create documentation from that, write your user stories maybe. Then also, how do you collaborate with designers, how code is generated from the designs, but also the way back, like code changes reflected again in your Figma files, for example. I think there are a lot of touch points where AI can support, and we are really just beginning to explore and adapt our workflows to that.
Cool. Thanks.
About workflows, I think I give like a brief commentary about deterministic ones, but I think we have a new kind of testing and trend testing starting, is the non-deterministic testing that I think Marionette will make this more and more possible, for sure. And I have a really great case to share with you all. That is basically at InfinityPay, we had a hard time with performance at low-end devices, right? And because the app is huge, we iterate so faster, then sometimes you need to assume some debts. And the time comes to pay these debits, right? And we wanted to find the things that was most impacting in performance, right? So instead of like engineering's 1-2 engineering's wasting time, like finding and debugging, what we did, we basically at the time, Andrej published a concept called out research, right? And some group of guys publish extension to a harness that we use. It's called pi.dev. It's a minimal harness that is very extensible. So we got this extension of out research, right? And this harness with this extension basically does like A/B tests, infinite A/B tests, right? So the thing that we did basically was we teach the agent how to do how to navigate through the app
in a non-deterministic way, like Marionette does, right? I just use another CLI at the time, but Marionette will fit very good in this workflow. And after teaching and have all the environment set up to do profiling of memory footprint, right? I leave the agent and the harness running at the night, and when I woke up at the morning, we had improved the app by 30%. Right? Just from nothing. We found two major issues that we have a long time ago from years, and I found just doing AB, right? Just testing thing and measuring. So we have this deterministic part for sure that we are already talked, and we have this non-deterministic, and we can use for a lot of things, right? Performance, optimization, and other things that we didn't look for right now, you know.
That's very interesting. But all the stuff that you all described need humans, right? To figure it out. Figure out like the idea, and then I can do it, right? But the idea was in your head.
Yeah. So from my side, besides writing code, which has improved because of AI by a whole lot. I can say that I didn't find any use cases when my day-to-day work would change dramatically because of some AI tools. I try to stay open-headed and try out whenever something posts something cool they found on Twitter, like, I don't know, using Claude to find time slots for meetings with people, or connecting it to Slack and responding to people with Claude. So there are a lot of gimmicks, but yeah, at least from my perspective, nothing that would really change. I found one particular example when maybe that's not good, maybe that's good, but I wanted to make a copy of a post hoc project, and I didn't find any way to do it. So I just used post hoc MCP to do it. So my AA just scrapped everything and recreated the project. So that was cool, but I still wish that was a normal feature, but maybe, first of all, maybe I missed. Maybe this is a thing that you can do, but yeah, I think there is a pretty often case where people implement a new feature only for AI and they forget that there is some human interfaces in there. We'll see.
Yeah, that's also interesting that many times we would like to have some feature in a tool that we use, and if there's not there, but there's an API or MCP, now with I don't know, Cloud Code or anything, we can just, you know, augment that feature that we would need. That's pretty nice. All right, thank you. I think we can take one or more questions. Are we okay with time? Can we take a question? Does anybody have any question to one of our panelists?
Hi, my name is Andrei. I'm from M12 Media, which is subsidiary of Kadokawa. My question is, well, do you think we are maybe way too enthusiastic about adopting AI everywhere? Like, I mean, in my experience a little bit that, well, we discussed that reviewing code may be bad, may be good. But in my experience, writing code never was a problem. It was a problem to write a code that works and work reliably, right? And actually, AI helps here quite tremendously, right? You can write code and ask AI to review and find some flaws and issues. So in this case, and oppositely, like when I try to generate code a lot with AI, it usually generates a lot of some race conditions, for example. It's quite common for some reason in my experience that it generates a lot of race conditions, and binary can also, well, bloat quite significantly because it can generate also a lot of code, right? So that's my question, I think. Thank you.
Who wants to tackle that?
I think I can try. It has a great example that I can give. Like LLMs are like entropy machines, right? Like it just get entropy. You did input and get output that you doesn't have like the certainty. And I don't know if you already saw, like when a person get like an image of a dog, put in Gemini or other AI, not too harsh in Gemini, like you put like, he create this image with exact pixels, right? And the AI will not recreate the image exactly, right? Because it generates entropy with time, with using without boundaries and guardrails, right? So the challenge when we are talking about writing good code with AI is how do we make great guardrails for AI? So that's the thing about how can you mix like non-deterministic skills and set of prompts with deterministic, you know? And I bet in more deterministic checks than the non-deterministic one because of that example that I did.
Nice. So that's interesting.
Well, I guess at this point we can treat AI, well, sometimes as a junior developer, sometimes as intermediary level, and clearly developers who have more experience have judgment about this code. And to make it better, probably we should get better at breaking down the task to smaller pieces until the context window is kind of limited. Making specification more clear, once again writing requirements and specs before the development. So we also still have a way to go to learn how to use AI in the most efficient way, while it also improves and gets better at writing code, tests, and many more tasks.
So we shouldn't resist it. We just need to adapt and make it work good for us, right? Okay. Would you like anything to add? Okay, I think we are good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks our panelists, and thank you all for participating and for your great thoughts and experience that you shared with us. Right. Thank you all, and big round of applause for our participants. The mic to Maciej.
And with that comes the time for us to close this year's edition of the Flutter Tech Summit. Thank you all very much for being here. And also thank you to the online viewers for watching. Thank you very much all. But we're not ending yet, at least for the people who are here in person, because we're going to have an after party at 7 p.m. But until then, you can also choose to stay here and network, talk with people. If you are maybe tired, which I am sure tired, but I will be actually staying here. But you don't need to stay here. You can also just get some quick rest at your hotel or wherever. And we'll see each other at 7 p.m. at the location which is readily available for you to see in the FTS app. So we'll see you all there at the after party. And also one more thing is that you will get a survey in the FTS app, and you would help us out a lot as the organizer of the event if you could take a few minutes of your time to fill it out, to help us improve this event for the future.
Right, and so as Mari said, the official part ended, but unofficial part goes on. And so for those of you who would like to stay with us for the networking, we're gonna go together from here at 6:45, heading towards the after party place. And so like an almost hour and a half from now. And there's one more announcement for those of you who arrived to Warsaw. I know many of you are for like the first time in Warsaw or simply haven't had a chance yet to see the city. Tomorrow we are organizing a sightseeing. So it's going to take place between 10 and 12:30 2.5 hours, we're gonna see the rail park, we're gonna see the Palace of Culture and Science and the Old Town, a couple of other things. So if you'd like to go with us on that bus trip, you should have information about that in your inbox from Kate, together with other emails about FTS. But you can also make sure that you are included on the list at our reception desk while going out of that. So if you'd like to take part and be there with us for a couple more hours to, since the AI is doing the work for us, we can just go sightseeing, right, and enjoy the time. So if you'd like, then feel free and just make sure you are there on the list so that before departing, we know that we should wait for you, right? Good. That'll be it when it comes to announcements. Once again, great. Thank you to you all for being here with us. Thank you for the whole day. Yes, and I guess applause to you.